Good morning, everyone. How you guys doing today? Market will be super green next 2 weeks. Why is that? Nice shirt color. Thank you. Why is everyone noticing my shirt color all of a sudden? US core PCE prices prelim actual 4.3, forecast 3.9. Okay. That's not good. When they start doing a preliminary report for that? Probably better than your puts. I mean, I hedged them. They're down a bit. We'll see what happens. Are you excited for AI? I had dreams about it last night. AI, 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 AI. Ah, Jesus fucking Christ. Don't get me started again. Was Baba earnings good? Um, Wait, was Baba earnings last night? I thought that was later on. No shit. Um, Baba earnings were okay. That's probably a good idea to cut those then. Give me a second. SPX is open. Do you think we see a lot of green today? If we break up into the 40-30 range, yes, we can. Um, Below 40-20, we'll probably stay moderately channel locked. Right now, there's like about a $40 range where we can kind of swing up and down in. I guess it'll depend on how early we see positioning come in for PCE tomorrow. To determine kind of where we get, like what part of that range we get locked into. Oh, okay, maybe I don't sell the Baba puts right away. Huh. Buy more NVIDIA calls? More NVIDIA puts. Interesting. Who's dumping their bags? Should be everyone. I guess people still don't read the daily. No, they don't. What's happening with Netflix? It's kind of a going down hard as fuck. That's interesting. Huh. Is NQ just selling off super fucking hard? See ya. It looks like Nasdaq's selling off kind of hard. I don't know why. Netflix didn't talk enough about AI. That's possible. I wish Ryan Cohen would talk about AI. I read the Daily every morning. I wasn't directly accusing you, Jeff. I've started balding at the ripe age of 25, and I want to keep my hair, so I'm thinking about getting on medication. Am I being a coward? I don't know, Sage. That's a very young age to go bald. I'm sorry to hear that. Maybe reach out to Carl. He can tell you how to handle it like a man. Old man Jensen had a farm. AIAIO. Announced price cuts on Netflix in several countries. You'd think that would be kind of bullish. No? 800 people and 90 likes. It's very early in the morning, Jaffo. Buying SPX puts here? I might, yeah. I don't know which ones yet. Maybe one of these. I need to buy some more 4,000s. But for what day? Today? VIX moving up at all? I kind of want to wait till VIX moves up. First time I had chorizo, spit white was in 6th. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. 6th grade, after a Scottish exchange student in 7th grade let me touch her gorilla salad, ran home and immediately burped the baby. Okay. I'm glad you so vividly remember all of your childhood sexual experiences and want to share them with us, Kendra. Regardless of how awkward they are, I love that you feel that accepted. I'm sorry I pumped in the video last night. I didn't like the potential of you not streaming today, so I had to step in. Ah, I see. Tesla got popped in the pooper. Okay. It's sad that no one cares about OPEX anymore since we haven't ran in 6 months. I mean, I still care about OPEX. I just don't think we're going to run on this one. When a stock like NVIDIA pumps $20 in after hours, do feuds also basically go up $20? I mean, kind of. Like, yeah, Nasdaq pumped pretty hard with alongside NVIDIA there. NVIDIA got $47 billion in market cap on 3 million volume, which was really impressive because then they followed it with what sounded like 6 potheads pitching their latest AI startup. If world's the 8th largest economy has earnings can be best summarized as trust me, bro, we gonna make so much money, then we're in the end of times. Yes. Yes, we are, Russell, my jimmies. That was the worst fucking earnings call I've ever heard in my life. And I'm not saying that because my puts are down 60%. Netflix puts are printing hard. Thanks, Pickle Man. No problem, dude. Nice. NVIDIA's only got $1 to go before my naked calls are back out of the money. Let's fucking go. The puts are only down 60%? Yeah. A lot of the puts I had, I bought at like $22. I'm glad you hedged. Me too, JC. Imagine hedging volatile, unpredictable events. At least NVIDIA shareholders aren't getting free popcorn refills. They're also not getting an explanation on why their revenues are down 30%, their year-over-year EPS is down 57%, or why costs are up 25%. But they're about to crank out 1,000,000 times speed on some large language models and multi-core processors. So, what's that worth? No one knows, but something. Only morons would play earnings and then hedge. True genius power is just gambling the 50-50 probability. Jesus Christ. By the NVIDIA call made it hurt less. Glad I did. Thank you. 905 viewers, 285 likes. This is why we are still poor, people. I don't think that's the reason. Are you doubling down on 180s or grabbing higher strikes? I mean, I'm gonna kind of wait for the volatility to die down a bit here. I really don't want to buy any puts until my call hedge is back out of the money. So I sold 230s, I bought 210s. So I'll probably start buying puts sub 230 again. The video wasn't like an earnings play, but the fact that earnings has pumped it up to $230 does make the price targets I wanted to achieve a little more difficult, obviously. It's still super index exposed, so yeah, I expect it will also just fall with the market. But yeah, I'll have to average some puts down and probably roll a couple out. The video was this price a week ago. I know. How would you manage a bear call spread which has gone the wrong way on NVIDIA? I don't think its price is going to stay up at these levels for long, so I'm hesitant to take the loss. You can roll it for credit. My NVIDIA puts are April's average down on 180s, 190s. Enough theta to withstand the absurdity. I think it's enough theta to withstand whatever drop we're going to see in the indices over the next like 2 months. Do you think that we're approaching an inflection point for inflation? People think that magically all the numbers are going to switch from bearish to bullish, but even a slowdown will be bullish. I think people don't realize what comes after inflation is solved, or how inflation is solved, or specifically how the Fed is currently solving inflation. You know, you can look at a company like NVIDIA very specifically and, you know, look at their profit margins, which are down, you know, 30% in the last 2 quarters. I'm sorry, 30 points in the last 2 quarters, down like actually like 90%, right? And very easily ascertain, you know, where that, you know, contracting growth is going. And so yeah, valuations are still astronomically high compared to like what the economy is hurtling towards. When are you buying more NVIDIA 150 puts? They're super cheap now. I'm aware. Probably not just yet, but I will probably buy more of them. Baba is bouncing. Sell your puts. Baba's at 97. I don't think I'm super worried about it. Yeah. Let's see if SPX fills this gap to the downside. That's a big fucking gap. Holy shit. No, I'll wait on Baba. Their earnings weren't that good, and I have till next month. I'm also in the money. My favorite part was after you... Sorry. My favorite part was after you closed the earnings call out of disgust and then said, holy fuck, we're in a bubble. We're in a big bubble, but also a world of clowns. Here's $3 to buy more NVIDIA puts or AMD calls. P.S. Please clip the we're in a bubble so it can go in my spank bank. I'll try to find it and clip it if someone hasn't already on the Discord. That was, I mean, I don't, I shit you not. This is an actual fucking quote from the earnings call. The data center does exactly one thing and one thing only. It cranks on that data and it produces a new updated model. Where raw material comes in, a building or an infrastructure cranks on it, and something refined or improved comes out that is of great value. There will be some that are large. There are some that will be mega large, and there will be some that are smaller. And so I fully expect that to happen. Is 317 200p a realistic target for NVIDIA? I don't think that's out of the question. Although I would be patient with your entries. Like let today's price action figure itself out and wait for PCE. I say Mr. Gray Pubes. Do you think that people actually care about PE ratios? Even if profitability of companies contracts for major tech companies, the potential is all that seems matters. But they didn't announce any potential earnings. They said that they haven't sold any of the AI supercomputers that they're building, but they totally have a lot of people really interested. It was wild that no one asked the important questions during the earnings call. Where did the adults go? I feel like they just didn't take the adults' questions. I'm applying for the NVIDIA C-Suite. Do you use any settings in WeBull to show SPX gaps? Yeah, it does it automatically. You can turn on like display gaps in the settings. I'm sorry, did I say AI too many times? Whoops. When SPX dump? What's VIX at? 2138. Where's it on? Not yet. Let me look at the positioning real quick. All right. So decent amount of call OI at 4030 still. Gamma flip point at 4050. We could test it. Right now there's not enough calls to the upside. But Gamma's flattening out between 4,000 and 4030. Like it's almost completely flattened out this morning. Most of the calls and puts being bought are way the fuck out of the money still, so not a lot of information to get from that. Where's actual gamma neutral? Actual gamma neutral is at 4125, so quite a ways to go to the upside before we would cross gamma neutral. But yeah, 4030 looks like it's got some open call interest. So we could hold this level. Add AI to your stream description. I had bought some puts on NVIDIA yesterday. That's why it went up. I see. What price action do you expect for Upstart for the next month now that it's back on Reg Show? Are you expecting a run before March OPEX? That's a good question. No, not particularly. There could be some like ETF FTDs, not next week, but the week after. But no, I'm not really expecting a run in the immediate future. I assume that they'll get it back off Reg Show before OPEX. Are there Greeks for NVIDIA, or is the API still down? Yeah, there are. And Jimmy and Upstart are in the daily, by the way. Okay, so Gamma Max 250, Gamma Neutral 210, 209. And we're kind of at the peak price from the previous week. I don't think NVIDIA has ever crossed Gamma Max. Once. Back in like March of 2020. 2022 rather. But generally speaking, yeah, NVIDIA doesn't cross Gamma Max. Interesting. Actually, not that much call interest on it. NVIDIA PE now over 100. How is this reasonable for mega cap? It's not. My main concern for my June 180s is how many times Jensen can crank that AI before then. At least once, right? I did it, Dad. I bought a NVIDIA put. Congratulations. SPX rejection here. Futures might get rejected here. What is this? 2033 or 4033. Test 4050. Seems excessive. 4065. No way we test the bottom of the collar, right? I guess we could. Not right now. If PCE comes in lower than expected, is the market downs just delayed until March SLD? I think if PCE comes in lower than expected, we'll probably chop between like the top of the collar and 4,000 until the futures roll. How is SPX higher than futures and still going up? It's not. SPX is at 4026. Futures are at 4032. 3, 2, 3. Yeah. Where did our boy Diamond Jamie put the top of the collar today? It's still at 4065. It hasn't moved. NVIDIA market is being more irrational for longer than I can be put solvent. That's fair. Were the NVIDIA PT updates just them telegraphing where they wanted it to go so they could dump their holdings? That's a good question. I mean, the amount of market cap it gained on the amount of volume traded was kind of insane. I think the entire after hours yesterday traded like 5.6 million volume, and all of the price improvement was on the back of 3 million volume. I bought a NVIDIA put. I already had puts, but I bought another. All right. When hit piece stating NVIDIA AI gave wrong answer. I don't think they actually have any functional products, so they'll never get any negative sentiment about them because no one's using them. Do you think it's worth averaging down 317, 180? Or is that out of the question now? Roll out instead. 317, 180. You might be able to exit it at a better price. I don't know how extended you are. But sometimes in that situation, I'll buy like the further dated put up front and then wait to get a better price on the one that I'm holding instead of just directly closing one and opening another. The prices you mentioned don't match the ES1 chart I have open. The ES1 chart you have open is probably 15 minutes behind. Is Tesla finally dying? I'm not sure. Futures look like they're hitting a little bit of a sell-off here. But VIX is still way the fuck down. So many sold calls. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Nasdaq's getting a little bit of like sell-off too. Up 100 basis points today. Let's see, what's Tesla at? 201. Yeah, it looks like it's, I mean, it's definitely selling off against the market. Did they get some like bad news or something? Mercedes-Benz and Google announced a partnership. Interesting. I thought Mercedes was using Nvidia's AI, not Google's. You gotta admit, kind of brilliant on Nvidia's part. Hopping on the bandwagon. I mean, it's not a good sign. I don't really think it takes a lot of brilliance to come out and say AI, 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 AI. Well, AI is kind of hyped up. I hate feeling confident about and right about my plays, but seeing the market go the opposite way for what seems to be no reason. I mean, part of the index pump today isn't unexpected, right? There's going to be some profit taking and repositioning as we move into tomorrow's data. Tomorrow's data is really important. We have personal spending, and then we also have PCE. So those are two very important data points. April 21, NVIDIA puts keep discounting. Yep. It keeps going up. NVIDIA, AI, AI, AI. Also, we're going to totally make AI. Goes up 15%. Upstart, we have a functional AI model. Goes down 5%. The building's going to crank the fucking data, all right? Don't argue it. My 3090 SPY puts are dying for May. You think I have enough theta or just cut losses or maybe DCA? I mean, you have a shitload of theta. Yeah, I wouldn't be so concerned about your theta. I will say that you bought your 3090s pretty late if they're underwater right now. So there could be an opportunity to DCA, but I'd be patient today because we still have some range to the upside. Not a shitload of it, but some. How much? 4030? 4030 is kind of hard to cross. I don't know. If we start filling the gap, we might drop back down, but um that would depend on the 4030s. Like take if the 4030 strike takes profit, then we can drop pretty hard. CCAs in this range might not be terrible. They're not my favorite. I'd rather DCA around like 4050, but it's also not the worst. It's kind of a hard one to answer without knowing more specifics. Sure, but for the quarter, and they can now sell off their vested stock for a premium. Excellent strategy. Yeah, it's true. The thing I'm scared about the most about AI is it's inevitably going to be B-level developers that will program it, and the outcome from that could be disastrous. Yeah, we'll find out. Hopefully the B-level programmers that make it won't be good enough to make it sentient. It's beautiful Nvidia has 4.3 billion in net income in 12 months and a 600 billion market cap. Nothing to see here. AI factory is king. Where are you going to get your soft goods without an AI factory cranking on that data? When a stock like Nvidia pumps $20 after hours, does that basically lift futures by $20? It's big enough that, yeah, it has a big impact. It had a huge impact on NASDAQ last night. And it's not just Nvidia, right? There's sympathy moves like AMD pumps, Intel probably gets a little bit of a pump, Microsoft probably gets a little bit of a pump, right? I mean, they did more advertising for Chat GPT than they did for their own fucking AI platforms. Am I behind? Isn't Nvidia a graphics card company? What relevance does AI play in their business model? I mean, they've always been like AI adjacent, right? And everyone's known that. But yes, they're a chip manufacturer, and no, their AI products do not currently solve the massive hole in their year-over-year revenues or EPS. Hence why I'm short the company. What used to take 4 months now takes 10 days, million times faster. Sir, that's only 14 times. You don't understand. It's millions of times faster, times a million times. Moore's law is dead. I thought that was a pretty funny statement too from a chip manufacturer to say that you need to not keep focusing on Moore's law, which sounds to me like we can't afford to rekey and our like retool our dies and go down to like 5 nanometer. Or what are they at? Are they at 5? They need to go down to 3 is the next one. Nvidia's market cap propped up by all the unsold inventory of last generation cards that haven't remarked their value to market. Don't forget that, you know, they're taking those cards, putting them in a series, if you will, connecting more than one GPU to another GPU, and they're making Nvidia supercomputers that are going to be the bedrock of their AI software that people totally want to buy, maybe once it's out after they test it. Soldier Boy was talking about cranking AI back in 2007. In what absurd world do people buy $1,000 graphics cards in a recession? I mean, the people that are going to buy $1,000 graphics cards are always going to buy $1,000 graphics cards, right? Um, but the number of those people is going to reduce drastically over the next year. It's already reducing, right? They can't move their inventory on 4080s and 4090s at all. And the 4070 is not better than the 3070. Not significantly better. Like a chip centipede? Like a multi-core. He spent like a minute describing multi-core processing. It's already down 46% from last year. It's trading at the same fucking price it was in quarter four, right after their quarter four earnings in 2022. Same valuation, 50% lower EPS, 30% lower revenue, 90% lower profit margins, and 25% increased overhead. I have NVIDIA's newest business model announcement. We're going to plug surge protectors into other surge protectors and create infinite power. What top revenue platform for that? What's the top revenue platform for them? Data center? What exactly is that? And don't just say crank. The data center is the building in which they crank. Cores crank, more cores, more cranking. Exactly. I need a Poland missile to save my port. Do you? SPX is already back at 4010. Where did Jimmy go? It's down here at $20.21. It was the only platform where revenue was up. Yeah. It's their, sales to data centers. They sell chips to data centers. But CapEx is going to go down even more in the coming quarters. So I don't know how they plan on continuing to beat previous revenues when all their clients are spending less money. It sounds to me like they were building out huge platforms to mine crypto. Then crypto crashed, and now they have these huge data center products no one wants to buy. So they're pivoting into AI, but they're not priced as a company pivoting their business model, right? They're priced as one of the foremost semiconductor manufacturers, except they're not making any fucking money manufacturing semiconductors. And the whole thing is absurdity. Who knew frothy market meant financial advisors actually had encephalopathy and are foaming at the mouth from their madness? VIX, what doing? Mm, up a little bit. It's moving up a little. Not a lot, but a little. Nasdaq's coming down pretty hard today. Nasdaq dropping at a little bit faster rate than the S&P. Almost caught up, and it was 50 BPS ahead. Interesting. Is that too greedy? It feels super fucking greedy. Are we gonna come down? Hmm. Should I go start talking shit about the tech bubble on Bloomberg's YouTube stream? I guess, if you want to. Is that something you really want to do? Everyone is ignoring the fact that the new NVIDIA chips have significantly improved performance while consuming a lot less power. This is very valuable for data centers in the current climate. It would have been very valuable if they'd mentioned that in their fucking earnings call. They're also not selling as many of them as they were. So it kind of doesn't fucking matter if no one's buying them, right? That's understandable, a guy who's bored. They sell GPUs to data centers doing ML data science. GPUs are really good at parallelizable math, making ML data science orders of magnitude faster on large data sets. Again, things they didn't really mention. And they're not selling as many of them. Where do we see IV Crush on NVIDIA for higher strike further? When do we see IV Crush on NVIDIA for higher strike further dated puts? Generally speaking, NVIDIA's IV stays pretty elevated. Like their lower range is between like 48 and 52 on average. How do you judge what stocks are more affected by their options change? Besides the volume of each, the less liquid a stock, the more it's affected by its options chain. Netflix down on a green day. What's a red day gonna look like? Apparently, Netflix lowered a bunch of like pricing in different regions. I swear I never do this, but DMs. Wait, you didn't DM me. Oh, why do I have to accept that? Very nice, Lawrence. Do you think it's a good idea to drop the hedge for NVIDIA today? No. No, I will probably hold the hedge, at least until PCE data tomorrow. The point of the hedge is to protect profitability in the put position, right? It's not to capitalize on the upside. So yes, the hedge is like my hedge is up a bunch, but if I close it, then none of my puts are protected, especially if it moves up more. Is there a tech bubble? I hadn't noticed. No, VIX's not comparable. Most of the VIX products are super fucked up right now. So like SVIX and VIXY and VXX and UVXY, all of those have really, really weird skews because of the overshorting going on there. Hey Greg, deployed 25% of my capital on a video post yesterday for March 31, April 21. Doubled down this morning. I'm ready for the rug. All right. Also, their power efficiency is where AMD GPUs were at about 3 years ago. Shh. I mean, in terms of revenue and EPS, AMD is kicking their fucking ass. You know what creates more savings than upgrading all your computer servers? Not upgrading your computer servers. Yeah. They didn't even pronounce the name of their company correctly, Gorik. Yeah, the CFO kept saying NVIDIA, like the way I say it. They don't even know because it's a made up word. Yeah, I don't think they're a bad company either, but they're not worth $500 billion. Not at all. And if they're pivoting, they're really not worth that much, right? NVIDIA should dilute at these levels. That would be smart. But they just completed part of a share buyback. Not a good look. The AI market will supplement the mining market decline in the GPU sector. Not for like 10 years, it won't. Does anybody actually have like a good bull case for NVIDIA trading at these valuations? Like, can anybody make an argument that has nothing to do with the future potential value of AI and can argue on behalf of their fucking 50% decline in EPS in the last 12 months while trading at the same valuation? Like, I don't think they're going out of business. I don't think they're a terrible company. AMD goes bankrupt. 2 words, soft goods. Jesus fucking Christ. No one understood their fucking earnings call. The market's not that forward fucking looking. Gherkin wants more money for an RTX 4090 to play VR games at max. I mean, I have a 3080 Ti, and I already don't use it. Like, I don't use any of its capabilities at all. I think what NVIDIA forgot to mention is that computing is a series of tubes. You know, I think they might have actually mentioned that. We're not in a bull market anymore. Is NVIDIA the only thing holding us up from selling off hard? No, I don't think so. My argument for their valuation, Jensen's leather coat he wears makes him look cool. Easily deserves the $500 billion valuation. All right. Not bad. Hey, you got any hot tips to 1 million times my port by end of day? I think you should ask Chat GPT. If NVIDIA's IV was higher, Citadel would short them into the ground. I mean, they're already a big target for volatility shorting. If NVIDIA falls through its gamma neutral, it's going to rocket down. Dole is propping up the market. No, they're not. Seriously, though, AMC might actually survive on the endless dilution. If they can get cash flow positive, they survive, and thank all the apes. Well, the stock has a free float of 10 billion. Yeah, definitely the world's only crowd-funded movie theater company. Maybe they'll give all the Nvidia shareholders like a free ticket to a movie and an extra free popcorn. Gamma neutral's at about 210 right now on Nvidia. If you noticed yesterday when we slipped 210 on it, the downside started to get a lot more dramatic. How are we feeling about HBM earnings tonight? No particular way. It's kind of like a long-term buy and hold. They've been doing okay. I expect their earnings aren't going to be super exciting. I guess copper was up a little bit last quarter, so that might benefit them. Only worse earnings I've heard other than Nvidia's was AMC's first earnings call after Jan 2021, where Adam Aaron wouldn't stop mentioning GameStop as a potential partnership. I remember that one. Adam Aaron spent more time talking about GameStop than he did his own company. Yeah, and we pay attention to AMC. Even though we don't, like, I don't buy it, I still pay attention to it. Where would you adjust your downside target to for NVIDIA after this pump? I'd want to confirm a top first before adjusting it. And I don't know if we've done that yet. We might be close to confirming one, but this kind of looks like it's gonna sell off more. What if we can pick one up for 750? Descending head and shoulders on futures. If PC comes in, sorry, above consensus and consumer spending is still up, market down on assumption of higher rates. Probably, yeah. That's gonna add additional confirmation to the expectations that the Fed's gonna come in more hawkish in the next rate decision. Do you think we won't see below 39.60 until after FOMC at the end of March? No, I think we can see below 39.60 before then. Is this a bear flag on SPX? Descending head and shoulders. It's easier to see on futures, obviously, because they were open in the pre-market, but I guess the bottom's like there. I'm so curious where NVIDIA closes. What interests me is that there's not a lot of upside interest, right? Like it's up a decent amount, right? But a lot of this looks like high volume churn at stagnant prices, which tells me a lot of people are selling. How did you make your put do that? Do what? Would they internalize selling? They could. Isn't high volume churn at stagnant prices indicative of options buying and selling, options hedging, not the underlying? It can be both. Buying calls to pump the price while selling shares. Yeah, it can be that too. How does positioning look so far on SPX? Do we have another? We should have some more data. Still relatively flat between 405 and 4030. Zero DTE volumes probably changed a bit. Looks like 4020 is where it's going to be contested the most. 4005, not a lot of puts, but a fair number of puts and calls both coming in. Calls targeting an upside move to around 4050, puts targeting a move back to 4000, and maybe a little below 4000. Yeah, so still a little resistance at 405 to the 4005 to the downside, and a decent amount of call interest at 4030. So a failure with some momentum below 405, we could see as low as like 3980. Kind of like I said this morning, for 3980 to 4020 is really like the range in which most people seem to want to stabilize the price. Gamma neutral on Nvidia is at 209, 209.70 something. GME sub 20, short pressure. Yeah, some short pressure on GME today. I wonder if we see XRT on Reg Show tonight. We're multi-domain. We could do particle systems. We could do fluids, but we don't. Crank that data, boy. Thanks, Ben. Fuck. I keep not getting fills on trying to buy another one of these fucking puts. Wait, did I fill? Nope. Fuck. Piece of shit. The video's gonna come crashing down. It might. Oh no, Gurk, the VIX briefly went up 20 cents. Does the market know it's not allowed to move that quickly down? It's actually not. It's very serious. Will you wait to confirm XRT on Reg Show before selling CCs? Or will you do it end of today? Man, I've sold CCs every morning this week. Can they still lend from XRT if on Reg Show? Yes. They get to lend even more from XRT if it's on Reg Show. What are the chances that this is just OPEX obligations being cleared on NVIDIA? Slim. Fairly slim. Some obligations might be being closed out. Some of this might be a share recall. Thanks, Grackle. Are you surprised we didn't see more bearish price action from this morning's data release? Not particularly. I mean, like, this morning's data wasn't very important, right? First off, you know, adjustments to the GDP aren't super significant. They really care about the initial and the final. The jobless claims are just like the weekly one. So, you know, it's not good data, but it's not super significant. GDP growth rate's down a little bit, which is moderately bullish, but the GDP price index is up, which is bearish. Well, it's up above expectations, but below the previous estimate. Bostic speaking in like 10 minutes. That might have some effect. The Fed Chicago activity index was up. So business activity was up. That's not really a super important data point, but none of the data today is very relevant. And GDP doesn't really have a good value, right? If growth is great, then the Fed's gonna do more to restrict growth, right? And if growth is bad, growth is bad, right? Like there's like GDP's it's not a win-win. It can only lose. Why did Greeks disappear during OPEX weeks? The Greeks are in the daily. I can put them on the screen. I don't know why our fucking API keeps going down on T+2. That's a whole nother interesting question. But we're looking into other data providers, so hopefully that won't be an issue in the future. Here, I'll copy and paste them. Sometimes on stream you look tight. Try to relax your anus. Thanks to the advice, Kendra. I like to do my Kegels while I'm streaming. Keeps things young, you know? What are the chances is just OPEX obligations being cleared on NVIDIA? I already answered that. Accepting T+2 action for NVIDIA might go half now, half later on my puts. Maybe? I think most of the downside price action has been retraced, if not a little more than. Jobless claims have weeklies. How do I buy it? Gherk, my magic genie. I can't decide between March NVIDIA 150 puts or SPX March 3rd 3915 puts. Any thoughts? One of those is vastly safer than the other. Like the risk on March 3rd 3915s is significantly lower than betting on NVIDIA going sub 190 by next week. Half squirt, same like GDP. Did someone put a bottle of tequila on the delete button? I don't think so. How do you hedge? Use some clever calculator or eyeball it? You can just use a regular calculator, John Spores. You know, it doesn't need to be particularly clever. Looking at this descending head and shoulders on TM on ES, it's beautiful. Yeah, we talked about it already. As for your teachings on position management, I didn't pay attention or do any of it, but my Netflix cans covered boofing NVIDIA. Thanks. You're welcome. I think most people have like April and March stuff for NVIDIA, so you know there's still some theta. Jimmy drilling over the last hour. Yeah, Jimmy is going down really hard today, which is fucking awesome for my covered calls. SPX and futures looking weaker and weaker. Yeah, they are. Also, NASDAQ slipped a lot. NASDAQ was about 50 BPS ahead of S&P. Now it's about 10 BPS ahead. So the downside on NASDAQ, a little, or at least NASDAQ futures, 100 futures, a little more dramatic. Which is good. We want to see people pull their money out of tech. I love CCs. They're pretty awesome. GME below 17 by 317. If not, all GME shares are gone for me. Below 17 by 317. If not, all GME shares are gone for me. I mean, by 317, even if it's not below 17, wouldn't you be able to buy them back at like an extremely significant profit? I mean, like I have in the money calls on GME and Upstart here, right? And they're both like they're still in the money, but they're up like 50%. Or you just don't care and you'd rather be assigned to the price. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say like you should be up on those by then. Like those should have lost a significant amount of value even if they're in the money. My car broke down twice today, but because I don't want to buy a new car, I'm sending it to the shop. 2021 Honda Accord with 240,000 miles. Why buy a new car when I can double down to video puts? Jesus Christ. How the fuck did you get 240,000 miles on a 2-year-old car? What did you drive around the country in circles during the pandemic? I mean, 2021s are sold in 2020, but still. Gurk, when I think of you, I turn into a telescope. Can you see the stars? He's an Uber driver. That makes sense. He drives the New York City Library Bloomberg. That's a busy Uber driver. He drives the New York City Library Bloomberg terminal daily, hoping you show up. Oh, okay. Any idea which direction SPX will choose for Bostic? No, but it might fill the gap before Bostic's relevant. Drives on a treadmill. PT for GME by March OPEX. I think it'll slip probably below 16 by then at some point. It may not, but it could. We'll see. If XRT goes on Reg Show, that makes a big difference in my like projection for our low. If XRT goes on Reg Show, we can definitely go back to like 1550. If it doesn't go on Reg Show, we might bounce like through ETF FTDs in that case, and then it'll be a little like that doesn't give us a lot of time to go down, right? That only gives us to like March 9th. And then like March 9th through March 9th through like 14th, we could see upside before down again into OPEX. Man, future's selling off really, really, really fucking hard today. Wouldn't a video long capitulation? Would you take profits on 317 4,000 puts if we test 3980 and reposition? I did yesterday. Yeah, as you approach the price target and you don't need as much theta, it's generally a good idea to, pull some of that back and reposition. Even if you're just going to chop around that price point, right? Damn, ES down 35 BPS in 5 minutes. Yeah, it went quick. Jimmy's down here somewhere. Jimmy looks like it's going to have a fucking end of settlement negative 10% day at this fucking rate. Turn my 5K loss into a 49.99 49.95 loss. Hashtag winning. Baby steps, popcorn trader, baby steps. Fuck, that was intense. How much did VIX go up on that drop? Almost back at 22. Fucking ridiculous. Yeah, VIX kind of rocketed there. Let's see if that keeps up. That'd be awesome. Anything from data tomorrow that would make you think the market would turn around? We need like cool CPI and lower personal spending. I don't think we'll get both. I think we'll probably have higher personal spending and hotter CPI or PCE rather. VIX is at 2174. You're on a 15-minute delay, JC. You're trading pasts. Stop doing that. I'm Central Time, so I changed my work hours 6 to 3. So when you say ding ding, I know it's time to go. Thanks. Interesting. Made 200% on that dip. Thanks for talking about the Head and Shoulders. Nvidia loss is covered. Fuck yeah, man. Nice. Yeah, that was a pretty good one. I wish I'd gotten more fills on the 4010s. I'll just close this. This is a daily, right? Set a stop at like 19. I'll set a stop at 19 if it keeps dropping. Awesome. Oh, 18. Okay, fine. I'll be a little more greedy. Everybody buying NVIDIA 200Ps this entry are going to achieve stock god status. I'm only down 60% on my puts now. Bostic's usually pretty hawkish, right? I think so. I can never remember. I hate the fucking Fed presidents. They shouldn't let them speak. They should muzzle them. Only JPAS should be allowed to talk. Suggestions to your put your real-time VIX on the screen for a second. So we can all check if we have real-time data. Can I finish making 150% on my SPY call, SPX puts? And then I'll put fucking VIX on the screen. Petition to do that. Okay. Here. Do you or don't you have real-time VIX? It's trading at 2172 right now. You fool? It's gonna tank now. It's okay, OG rules. I have a bunch more puts. No, your guy's VIX is literally fucking back here. Should be about 15 minutes ago. Yeah, you guys are looking at VIX back here at 1042. Mine's real time. Yours isn't. It's like $3 a month. It's not even fucking expensive. Let's see NVIDIA red on the day. That would make me happy. The only thing I found was a link to a brokerage, not through TradingView itself. You have to go to the top left corner and you go to your profile, and then I think you go to account and billing, and then you go to extra data subscriptions and you add extra market data. I believe VIX is CME group data subscription, which is like $5. So that covers VIX, ES. It should be CME, CBOT, COMEX, and NYMEX, and all the mini contracts. It's not as good as like IBKR's data, but it's a lot easier to chart with and use. Oh fuck, I can't read either of those. Give me 1 second. Did you close out the majority of your 4,000 puts? I closed out all of them. I bought more this morning. I got March 4,000, but I'm not sure if we'll go to 4030 or higher for another entry. We may not. But also at the same time, like, how deep in the money do you want them to go? Eventually, like the returns start to diminish. Over 100% on SPX puts today, over 70% on GME For those that doubt my centaur senpai, to thee I say nay. Thank you so much, Jaku. And congratulations, dude. That's awesome. SPY have more room down. Up 50% on these with stops at 30. Oh, yeah, it does. Positionally, there's not a lot of zero DTs at this level, but there's a lot of longer dated puts. Especially at like 39.50, 39.75. So I think I think if we continue to fall, and we can fall sub 39.85, then there's some potential for us to see 39.50 today. We could very easily get locked up in that range. So if we hit like 39.80, that would be a point at where I'd be like a point at which I'd be tightening stops up. Thanks to the knowledge, Gork. I took 70% profits yesterday on SPX calls. SPXS. Now I want to pick up April 390 SPY puts. Should I wait for a better entry or chase? I would probably wait for a better entry. This is a big sell-off. It can definitely pull back. Most of the neutral positioning is still between 40.20 and 39.80. So I still expect us to kind of move, like we'll probably move back up near our upper range from market open into the middle of the day. Maybe even now. Is 180 a realistic target for NVIDIA over the next 2 months? I don't think it's completely unreasonable. I don't know if 180s for 2 months from now would go in the money. But they would very possibly, like the premium on them would go up. Like 200, 205, probably better targets if you want to go in the money. But if you're simply just gonna scalp the premium, then 180s probably aren't terrible. If you have that much theta, I mean you'll make money on any drop in the short term. Thanks, money man. If NVIDIA slips here, we might get a decent sell-off. Yeah. Maybe we get a decent sell-off because the company is massively overvalued and a giant pile of dog shit. I don't know. So I shouldn't pile into April NVIDIA 150s. There's always June. How much theta you got, Sisyphus? Did you hedge? You know, like we've discussed about earnings, hedging earnings. March and April. March is a little bit at risk simply because the price is very far out of the range now. It's not that you can't average them down and still see some profitability over the next couple weeks. Why does no one ever hedge? What's so even just like a small hedge can offset your losses so much. Like you just like if you have 50 puts and you pick up like 5 calls and those calls go up, 100, 150, 500%, that helps. Because greed? But isn't it greedy not to? I can only afford the 5 puts when I YOLO. So maybe you should only have 2 puts. Right? If April 170, NVIDIA down 50%. If NVIDIA drops to 190 by the end of SLD, I break even. How likely is this? I mean, it's dependent on the indices. and the macro data, at least for now, until, you know, people come to their senses. I hedged about 25% of my cost basis, like 2 calls. It was enough to even out my losses. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you bought like a couple 210s before close yesterday, you know, those would be $30 in the money right now. Why do you guys not keep cash aside to manage positions? Serious question. You know, it's, I think I can answer this, and it's that everyone's always chasing a lotto ticket, right? It's not trading. It's just like a gambler, like a gambling mentality. Like 1,000% gains or bust. You mentioned diminished returns with in the money SPX puts. Does that apply as well with more theta? It applies. Like 228, 410, up 50% on them. I mean, you have a little bit of theta. I wouldn't say 228 is like a huge amount of theta. It's only like what, 4 DT, 5 DT. Barely illiterate trader. Welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. I appreciate it. Stop talking about me. Do you believe April and Nvidia 200 puts will print? Is this looking like a good time to buy them? Kind of. Yeah, I think it's very possible. I mean, if you buy them now and the price drops, they're gonna go up. You really have to define print versus I expect this to go in the money. They're two different terms, right? Print means your premium goes up. So, you know, you buy a contract at. This is a good lesson for people. Print, you know, you buy a contract at like $3, price of the contract goes to $4.50. Printed. Expecting your 200 strike to go in the money is totally different than printing. This is a mid price target, which would mean what? You're targeting a move to 190, 180, right? Because you wouldn't be buying puts at your price target. At this point, you know, these buying these, if these are your PT, is like buying a volatility play. You want to position your options. So, say you expect the price to move from 230, right, down to 200. You want options in here, right, and here, depending on how much theta you have. You don't want options here. These are garbage. So your shorter dated options you want closer to the money, because the sooner they move into the money, the less theta decay they have. You want your options with theta kind of in between the range of your price targets. And then the only way you buy these is if you're getting like leaps, or you're going out like, you know, 90 to 120 days. Or you're simply playing the volatility. Like you expect it to drop very, very fast from 230 to 200. You can see how much riskier this bet is, right? And I think what a big problem is not a lot of people take profits when they print. And this is something people should focus on, actually. You know, if you have say you bought a Nvidia 220 this morning, when the price was testing 240, right? And I don't know what the fuck these cost right now, but let's say it was like $5.60, and now it is, you know, $8.70, right? After this sell off. This is profit. You've won the options game, right? You don't need to wait for the price to get under 220 on your fucking 1 DTE. Just you just take your money. The market maker has given you free money. It's not boring. It's profitable. If you do this enough times, you too can throw away 200 grand on silly Nvidia YOLOs and not care. Then no one would be a poor. The less theta you have, the closer to the money you want to be. And the tighter your risk needs to be until you move in the money. They're doing that thing with GME again, down 10% tomorrow, too. Yeah, they're really shorting the fuck out of it today. Where's J-Roll? Did he read the daily? Did he tell everyone? I hope so. Check DM. What is it, Dork? Ooh. Oh, I love it when you get mad and make new indicators. That looks spicy. Were you really that mad at Nvidia's earnings? Just super angry and horny. Closer to the money, would you do weeklies or do next week type expirations? Using GME as the example. I mean, that's how you generally position weeklies when you trade them, right? Is you try to get them very close to the money. Because you want them to go in the money quickly so their theta decay stops. Right? You want to trim down that theta decay as fast as possible. And then if it starts to move too far out of the money, you need to cut the contract. Right? You need to have tighter risk on those, whether it be weeklies or next weeklies. I mean, both of those are very short time frames. Is it a VIX crime indicator? Yes. I'll try to clip that for. I don't know if I'll be able to, but I'll try. Circuit breaker down on SPX soon? No. SPX is at 0 for the day now. I'm sure yeah, think about it this way. And MM sold you that call or that put, right? And when you overhold it, they're living the dream. My NVIDIA put is printing. Nice. Twat Waffles, thank you so much. Guys, give Twat Waffle a shout out for hooking you up with Cornichon. I appreciate it, man. Free education that everybody gets here is invaluable, and if used correctly, you can change lives. But I'm here for the poopy jokes. All right. How the CC's doing? Pretty fucking good, huh? Who gave me shit for selling covered calls? You know who you are. I sold a poor man's CC on NVIDIA near the top and sold off the long in the money call for 15% profit. Now I'm back holding the CC at 235 for 317. Should be fairly safe at this point, correct? I mean, you should be profitable at this point. On the cover call. I mean, I'd probably set a stop on it in case this shit bounces. Do I need to reposition, or is this thing gonna just keep fucking going down? Oh, maybe more down. Okay. NASDAQ and ES now red on the day. Nothing stops the march of negative gamma. Except the VIX. Did the data center crank out the possibility the weekly puts I dived into would go into the money so fast? I guess not. After that taking profit speech, me staring at my profitable SPX puts and not closing out is tough. I mean, define your risk at least, right? You don't have to close out. You can be a little greedy, but define your risk. Define the point at which you are no longer going to be greedy and you are going to close out and take profits. That's what stops are. They define that risk level for you, right? You're like, okay, I've made $200 on this contract. I'm willing to let it run, but I'm not willing to like accept less than $100 profit, right? You've just found your stop. Baba is back at 100% profits. I know. Don't, yeah, I mean, there's lessons to be learned there too, but I close my positions when I break even, so I never lose. I mean, never losing is still better than, losing. Last night's earnings calls remind me of the day after I listened to Aaron's call saying it would take 3 quarters to sell sweatshirts. This time I doubled my put positions on Nvidia since CEO equals dumb like Adam Aaron. I mean, I don't think there's any comparing Jensen to fucking Adam Aaron, but that was one of the stupidest earning calls I've ever heard. It sounds like they have no direction and no idea how they're going to achieve profitability over the next 4 quarters or ever get back to, the profitability they saw in 2021. You probably shouldn't set stops on 90 DTEs, right? I mean, you've paid for the time to realize the full extent of your thesis, right? You paid upfront for that. So, I mean, yeah, your risk needs to be a little different in managing a position like that. And mostly I'm talking about, shorter dated contracts. Longer dated contracts, obviously you bought more theta so you could have more flexibility. Did they not make money last quarter? Yeah, but way less. That's the point, Popcorn Trader, is they're making way less money. Just because they made more money last quarter than they made the quarter before that doesn't mean they didn't make less money than they made last year by 33% while trading at the same valuation. Is there something about this you don't understand? I know you know how to do math. VIX closing in on 22. Things are looking pretty fucking bearish right now. I'm not gonna lie. I like it. The best NVIDIA quote was large language models are called large because they're quite large. But there's also smaller ones and mega large ones. Don't forget that part. But they have AI now. No, they're developing AI stuff that may be available at some point in the future and has no discernible valuation currently. Same market cap or same share price? Same market cap. It's like you didn't understand their call. Nope, I did. I think they should have ended their call de-engineer with this call was written by NVIDIA AI systems. That way they would have had that to fall back on instead of just sounding like they were all super high and mixed their nootropics and hallucinogens for the day. Hope the stack ad, like the stream. Thanks, Girk's publicist. If you guys could drop a like, it's a big help, especially when done in the earlier parts of the day. It's useless at the end. Bro, you don't get it. 1 million X. Nuff said. Million X what? Haven't you heard the new meta on nootropics is hallucinogenics? Thanks, Tyler. The word large was used 35 times in the NVIDIA call. That happens to be approximately how many dollars the price went up. Hmm. I think the same can be said for the word AI. It's like they were looking at TradingView in after hours, and every time she said AI, the price went up like a basis point, and she kept saying AI faster and faster. SPX 3950 by end of week. Do you have an indication of what's pulling us down right now? Just gamma slide? I would say a significant amount of it's probably just the slide. It's also T+2 from our big drop on Tuesday. So probably a little more market maker deleveraging. He immediately doubled down on the million X. So it's technically 2 million X. Oh yeah. What used to take months is now a million times faster and only takes 10 days, right? What happens when you macro dose the Stefan? Because that's what it sounded like they did last night. AI has determined that the more times you say AI, the more it will be worth. I mean, we've just been saying AI for like 3 minutes, and Nvidia's price has done nothing but go up. He did. He said 2 months. What used to take like 2 months now takes 10, is a million times faster, and now takes like 10 days. The AI was artificial inflation all along. Okay, so this is the key resistance 39.85. If we fall below this, 39.75's on the table. If we hold here, we could potentially bounce on capitulation. The 15-minute VIX delay explains why you are a way more successful trader than me. You're in trouble now that we're on an even playing field. Okay. Let me know as soon as you make back those Bobby losses from buying in at $27. Then it'll be really even. Can you start saying IA a lot? Well, you said it once and the price dropped 14 basis points. IA, IA, IA. Oh, it's working. IA. Holy fuck, it really doesn't like it. Guys, no, you're gonna destroy all the intelligence. How dare you? I sent you that position in confidence. You posted it in the Discord and added everybody. You know, I didn't realize how great yesterday's stream card was going to be until we actually got to an earnings call written by a chatbot. When you were looking at getting GME calls for March, what date are you looking at? 317, 324, or longer? We're not buying any fucking GME calls for 317. I'll probably buy some GME calls near 317. Made back my NVIDIA put losses on my perfectly played straddle. Fucking A. Average down my March 150p so hard that they're now green? Am I doing this right? Maybe. How are they green? How hard did you average them down? I've got mine down to like 38 cents, and they have not gone green yet. 1 million times. AI up, IA down. This is the DD and revelations about market mechanics that keep me coming back every day. It's good shit. BTU getting close to a good entry, 25.75. It's not a bad entry. If indexes keep dropping and commodities aren't heating up, BTU can keep falling. So be aware of that. SPX breaking through the diagonal support on the daily. Oh, it's got to be getting pretty close, right? Not quite yet. That's so this week. That's still down at like 39.50. Are you talking about the upper one? The upper trend? That's not really a support, right? It's a resistance. It's only ever acted as support once. That's at 39.67 though. So we've still got a ways to go down before we get to that. All of those next week kind of meet right around that 39.65 level that I was talking about. I can show you guys here. So this is like the downtrend upper limit from like way back in like November or December of 2021. And this is, you know, the ascending trend since, you know, back here in October. And this is kind of where we broke off into the higher uptrend. That's already broken down. These all kind of meet right here. The 39.65 horizontal is really important. And then, yeah, I mean, we've got the ascending support basically at the same level, and the descending resistance also at the same level. If we break through this week, that's super fucking bearish, right? But we'll see what happens. We still have to break 39.85 today. Let's do it, IA. God, I just want to trade cat again. It's still expensive. If you change your name to Pi AI, your viewership would skyrocket by 18% overnight. I'll just put AI in the stream tags. I don't think NVIDIA is going to hit 150 by 317, unfortunately. I agree. What are your expectations for 317 NVIDIA 150p? Is that intended to be an IV play? Was your thesis that those could go in the money? I don't think they could go in the money. I think the chance of them going in the money is super, super slim. But they are profitable through next week if NVIDIA hits like 200 to 190. And I can recover the money spent on them. I still have April 140s and now some 150s. I have, you know, some 200s bought today, some 210s bought today. I closed the 190s and 180s yesterday. And did I close the 205s? No, I still have 205s open. I could probably average those down. Like if the Nvidia 150s hit 45 cents, I'm more than happy to bail on them. If they go higher, and you know, there's a lot of momentum on the downtrend once and Nvidia crosses below gamma neutral, then I might consider, you know, seeing how profitable they can get. Haley Joe Osment deserved the Oscar, just AI-in. Sold my 0DTE SPY 401 puts for 90 cents, like 20% gain because I had to do some work. Come back for it to be almost 400% pain. Hey, profit's profit, man. Don't get wrapped up in that. Nvidia's gamma neutrals at 209. That's also as of yesterday. That could have changed, obviously. That's yesterday's close. It was at 209. ChatGPT just confirmed that you would be a billionaire after Nvidia earnings yesterday if ChatGPT hadn't been released yet. With SPY being the poor man's SPX, what level is comparable to the 3665 levels? I already have March 17 puts. Just curious on the levels to look for. Hold on. I have SPY charts that we can use. So we're looking at like this is a little off. I haven't updated this in a long time. Like 396.78 to 394. The last time I traded SPY was when I shorted it here in August. That was a good time. What are futures doing? Selling off. VIX over 22. SAI must provide logistics services domestically for NVIDIA. I picked up some NVIDIA April 190 earlier today. Is that a bad target? How much theta do you have on him? I don't think it's a bad target, but how much theta do you have? That's pretty far out of the money now. Ooh, fuck. Futures are losing their tenuous grasp on 39.90. If VIX starts going up again here, it's going to get pretty interesting. Are you still following Fubo? Fubo. Yeah, yeah, I am. It's like a buy and hold, but I'm still keeping an eye on it.
It had a nice little run in the beginning of January that I like scalped some profits on and sold some CCs into. They have earnings coming up next week, which could be kind of interesting. April monthlies? Yeah, that doesn't seem bad. If the market starts to rebound, obviously, like, take whatever profits you realize. But that doesn't seem like a bad strike for that much time. He didn't say April yet, Rhino. Relax. I asked him how much theta, then he said April. You think GME is going to run prior to earnings like it has in the past? I don't know. We don't have an earnings date yet. Earnings is right before March OPEX, which is kind of when I think GME has potential to run. So we'll see. Dude, he's fucking answered my question on how much theta is literally right above your question. Look at this shit. Nah, dude. Fuck you, bro. Dude, I feel famous now. First time viewer, long time AI cranker. Looking for some advice on how to data grind my puts 1 million X in 10 days on Nvidia. Have you put it into your factory? First you need to make a soft good at your factory and then you 10, 20, 30, 40, 50x that a million times. The market just gapped down? Oh, fuck. Do I have enough NVIDIA puts? I think that CEO generally believes that what he said was visionary when it was really just absolute nonsense. You think so? That's a lot of weed. Tell me I'm crazy for thinking they're using the market to push GME down. It's more like they're taking advantage of the falling market to push GME down. It's not, they're not dropping trillions of dollars off the market to short GME 3 cents, man. Sorry. VIX now positive on the day. Good. It needs to keep going up. VIX at 2230. 39.75 is the next support. I don't know if we drop quickly below this one. This is crazy already. I didn't think we'd slip 39.80. So 39.75. Yeah, there's still a lot of puts below us, but we could lose momentum here. Maybe. Let me see what the 0 GTs look like in this range. Ooh, a lot of 39.80. 0 GTs came in. Still nothing at 39.85 though. 39.70 is a little weaker. 65, 55. Yeah, it's still kind of weak to the downside, so we may stabilize here in this range. Dionysus, I know there is Equibot since that open chat AI thing. Even I'm considering being an early adopter. If this AI program can do people's homeworks, can it create a business plan? Can this tech be developed? For, I assume there's more to this. Okay. Are you trimming your 4050 here's 4050s here and moving to a closer strike? I trimmed my 4050s yesterday at the test of 3980. I have other puts. I picked up some more 4000s this morning that I haven't cut yet. I'll probably cut those. I might cut like some of the shorter dated stuff, like the 3950s maybe. Mm, we'll see. I know you say profit is profit, but it's hard when you stop out for 300 and watch the SPX put your 0 DTs in the money, and you could be up 2.5K by now. You really can't focus on that. It'll make you a bad trader. They hold GME steady during after hours and PM. All you can do is get better at managing your stops. They hold GME steady during after hours and PM while the market rips. Feels obvious they're holding GME firmly. There's just no liquidity on GME in after hours and in the pre-market. So it just doesn't trade anything. I got timed out for trying to call you a dick? That's a, no? I didn't time you out. YouTube might not allow the word. But that's not timed out. YouTube has like a list of words they don't allow you to put in chat. That might be one of them. Chat GPT can easily do high-end business plans. I've been using it nonstop to rewrite all my sales copy for all my websites, and also been using it for lead gen content for my girlfriend's practice. It's incredible. Yeah, or you could just do those things yourself because you have a brain. Stefan, you should go read Flowers for Algernon. Like the day 30% of us got shadow banned for talking about Rona. Yeah. Is it plagiarism if an AI bot writes it? Yes? I never thought an AI would be able to do my homework in my lifetime. Teachers seem increasingly obsolete. Yeah, great. So does human brain power. Jesus Christ. That's frightening. Like, existentially. It's not that AI is super advanced or it's going to take over the world. It's just that people are going to stop thinking and let AI do all the thinking for them because most people are stupid and they want to be smarter. Chat GPT is not smart. Fuck. I love this turnaround on SPX Spy from this morning. Patience. Thank you, Gurk. One time I gave a student an F for plagiarism. She had the audacity to demand a second chance and to punish the guy she said paid to write her essay for her. She paid too much money to get an F. That's awesome. Old McDonald kill the bulls, AIAIO. Rip to the bulls and the port of anyone currently bullish on the market. Also, AMD to the moon after this dip. I can't wait to buy back my $50 covered calls. Out of the money. Why no support resistance lines below 39.85? There are. I mean, that's the next downside resistance. It's just far away. We haven't traded a lot in this range historically. There's probably one that I'm missing somewhere in here, but I don't know where it is. There's 39.65, which I don't have marked. That's an important resistance. No, Linux is like a super stonk DD writer way back. And then he started talking about like other stocks and then was really consistently wrong on every prediction for the last 5 months. And I don't know what he does now. I think mostly people just meme about him, which isn't very nice, but is Google $90 on the daily like a good support for calls a few months out, other than the market could sell off? Google 90 on the daily look like a good support for calls for a few months out. I mean it could push down lower. It could go a lot lower. I'm targeting like in the $70 range for Google buy-ins. So yeah, I think it can drop quite a bit below where it is now. On the topic of you buying back cover calls, let's say you're up 50% on some rando drop. Good to close and ready to reposition. Yeah. Yeah, that's not a terrible idea, generally speaking. I'm reading books on personal development and making money And marketing sales copy. Okay. Don't forget about the random swap data with big numbers. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Notional swap values. Super telling. I'm wrong more. Can you meme me? Nah. I would have dropped it, but you had to go and use a fancy screenshot. He said April above that. Now I'm paying you to save face. Is this Stockholm syndrome? Fuck. I appreciate you. I didn't see him say it above that. So I saw him say I have 190 April calls, and then I was like, or I saw him say I have 190 April, 190 puts. And he said is 190 okay? And I was like, how much theta? And then he said I have April puts. But like March 17 to go in the money, that's fucking Nvidia's up. What? It's still up $25 from close yesterday. That's a big gap to fill. That definitely skews price targets. I mean, my price target before was like 180 on a market drop, so now it's up $25. So and the puts I'm buying today, I'm targeting 200. I'm still mad at you. It was your tone. It was your tone right now. The problem is that GPT is wrong, but convincingly so. Well, it's only convincing if you don't know what you're asking it, right? Like if you don't understand the material that you're discussing with it, then it can convince you it's right. Like I said, it makes stupid people feel smart. I averaged down my June NVIDIA. It's like a drug. I averaged down my June NVIDIA from 150p to 180. Do you think they're worth averaging down and okay theta? June NVIDIA from 150 to 180p. So you rolled up. Okay, hold on. Your terminology doesn't make a lot of sense here, but okay, so you rolled your 150 to 180. Do you think they're worth averaging down and okay theta? I definitely don't think June's bad for 180s. Probably decent to average down in this price range, given the current direction of the indexes. I don't care how bullish people are on Nvidia right now. I mean, it's still a very large part of QQQ and SPX. And if this keeps selling off, it's not going to be able to hold these prices for long. Nice, Mr. Madman. Congratulations. Chat GPT seem like broken clock. I'm no Guthrie, but if you can't add $25 increase in the price to strike prices, that you probably should be selling hot dogs and not buying options. It's confusing for I understand how it's confusing because price targets are not static, right? You have to, especially when you have a lot of theta on something, a position like that, you have to be more flexible. And most people, they kind of figure out a plan, and making a plan almost makes it harder for them to deviate from it. Have you ever seen me get like bearish on something right away? People get super angry about it, right? Because they have a plan in place and that deviates from their expectations and they don't like that. Like more and more you'll see people in here getting more flexible and they're, starting to move their positioning with what the market gives them instead of what they want the market to give them. But that takes a lot of time to get used to even. People don't like change. No, sorry, I meant I got June 150, 170, 180 before the earnings, but they're all down. So I basically doubled down on those. I wasn't sure if that is a good decision. Also, I've got some April 220s too. I mean, you could average them down. Yeah. Um, if they're down 50%, I mean, you either need to average them down or you need to consider cutting them and repositioning in a higher range. Linux says run next week on GMA. Goody. Sherwood just touched 220. Really? Ooh. It's starting to get close to prices I don't mind buying it at. If it goes sub 210, I'll probably start looking at buying into it again. ChatGPT wrote a GME DCF model for me. I didn't even know what I was looking at, but it made me feel very smart. GPT is increasingly attractive, though. A machine amalgamating thousands of data points to spit out a prediction like this is something new for machine learning. It's not true AI, but it's closer. Yeah, it's closer. ChatGPT is dumb. I asked if I was smart for using it, and that's what it said. Using AI does not necessarily make you smart in the traditional sense of the word. Dumb AI. I'm smarticles as fuck. SQQQ synthetic long, about to go in the money. What did you write them at? 40? Nice. VIX is gonna MOASS. 22.39. I mean, we're at a significantly lower price today with VIX in a far more stable range than it was, you know, at the beginning of yesterday. VIX has been over 23 recently. Ideally, we'd want to see it move above like 25. Futures found a little support here. Might be moving towards like a little bit of a rebound. How much time do I have on these? Couple days. I guess they're okay. Are we going to get some capitulation and get some of the delta neutral positioning rolled down into this range? At what point do you start chasing this downside? Smarter to wait for another bounce to enter longer dated puts again. Correct. I mean, you can wait for a bounce or you can wait for consolidation. You know, with the current like negative hedge, bounces are less likely. You need a lot of capitulation to get like a true bounce. And you can confirm a bounce, I mean, before you enter anything. But it kind of just keeps driving lower. And right now we're below the 39.75 strike. So this could just sell off even harder. Do you think we bounce at 39.65? We could. It's historically a very important support and resistance. Uh, a lot of that because that's where the collar was last time. The collar is not there anymore, so we'll see. Trying to GPT mastermind. Oh, would you stop fucking going off about Chat GPT? Have you heard the word AI? Hear the word AI a bunch of times in a NVIDIA earnings call and are bullish on the company because of it, then Chat GPT is smarter than you. I can't believe how much they brought up another company's product in attempting to sell their own. I asked ChatGPT about you. Oh no, now it knows me. Pickle Financial is a YouTube channel that provides financial education and advice on a variety of topics, such as investing, personal finance, and retirement planning. That's just the YouTube description, right? Greg, if you had SPY 400s that expire 3/3, would you sell this week and reposition or hold out till next week to sell? It's up to you. If you reposition, you're taking a winning position and you're applying additional risk to it, right? I held 2 DTE SPY 400p overnight yesterday. They were down 50% earlier, now up 30%. How would you describe my trading strategy? Weren't they up yesterday? Before close? You provide financial advice? Quick, say this is not financial advice to protect against liability. This is not financial advice? That doesn't do anything. I'm not a financial advisor. There's a difference. One of those things has a fiduciary duty. What was that? What was that shit that people would say on like drug forums? Like someone I know. And they were like, oh, that keeps me from being prosecuted for selling drugs on the internet. Swim? Yeah. That's like NFA is the same thing and equally fucking stupid. If Kramer shouts bye bye bye, so can you. Yeah. Yeah, you can talk about and discuss. You what you can't do is like manage people's portfolios, right? You're an educator and entertainment, like edutainment or entercator. You're actually a centaur entercator. You're welcome. Weird. But Mackey had it pinned on all of his videos. It must be important. Maccor's probably just paid for a shitty lawyer. Chat GPT just told me 39.50 end of day. We're fucked. How much of an effect will zero DTE put profit taking make on SPX price? You know, there's not a lot of zero DTE puts yet. I'm sure there will be more of them at some point. And the ones that were bought are largely in the money now. But they don't need to sell once they're in the money. It's SPX. They're cash settled, right? Why with Dixie rocketing over the last half hour, is NVIDIA not falling? Is it because all the NVIDIA imaginary future customers are foreign? I mean, NVIDIA is an exporter, right? So wouldn't Dixie Rising be better for them? Theoretically? For the SPX puts cash settling, do you just get money in your account? Yeah. For actual learning purposes, what do you think is keeping NVIDIA's price action going here? At prices not seen since April 2022? Would have at least expected it to trade around recent 230 levels. I mean, I think it's slowly slumping back to those levels. I mean, honestly, the only reason I can see NVIDIA from a valuation perspective hitting 240 is people want the fuck out. And I feel like you're going to see more net selling of NVIDIA today and in the coming months. Their earnings call was not good, and their financial figures are bad. Regardless of the beat, the quarter-over-quarter beat is meaningless to people who have a 5-year hold on the stock and are watching the financials crumble before them. Is NVIDIA now just at the mercy of moves in the indices over the next couple of weeks, or do you see sell-offs profit taking happening? The more it drives down, the more likely people are to take profits. There's a big block of calls at the 220 level that are probably heavily supporting price action right now, right? But if those begin to sell off, then NVIDIA will probably begin to drop faster. Killing it on SPX and CCs. Thanks, bro. I'm up 70% on my GME 33 20 CC. Think about buying it back or rolling down. Thoughts? Up to you, man. Sounds like you did really well on it. Congratulations. You can do either one. You could buy it back and reposition. You could target out of the money and take less risk on the second leg. You could roll it down and make more money but take on extra risk. It depends if you're selling a lot of stuff internationally. Zyder, make sis pookie. If you're selling all of your products in the US, yeah, not great. But if you're getting paid in US dollars in other countries, pretty good. What do you think about ASML in a down market? I don't really know that much about them. Oh wait, is this the company that makes the chip fab stuff? They're actually probably going to do really well as manufacturers bring more and more fabrication stateside. I mean, in a down market, I'd probably be interested in seeing if I could pick up a position. Sorry, their ticker wasn't ringing any bells, but yeah, I know who they are. They have like a backlog on orders of like 10 years or something. Yeah, they're kind of a monopoly. Huge moat. So wait for the realization of that in their price, quick name. Like for the China export bans and stuff. Like see how that affects valuation over like the next like 3 to 4 months, and if there's a good opportunity. I mean, Intel's opening a plant stateside. I know AMD's moving towards that goal as well. So, obviously ASML would be a beneficiary of that, especially if, that's something that they're doing during a downturn in the market as an investment into future growth. A lot of it's subsidized too. CNBC talking about how Nvidia valuations are ridiculous based on the earnings now. And now the boomers begin to sell. That's what I like to hear, Poopy Pants. I have March 17, 200Ps in Nvidia. Average down this morning, but I don't like how little theta I have. How long would you give the position before cutting rolling if there's no real price action? With March 17s, probably not a lot of time. I might wait through like PCE data and see what kind of effect that has on NASDAQ. If that drives down prices really, really hard, then I might hang in there a little bit longer. But otherwise, I would probably roll next week and reposition and move my strike for SLD into OPEX. Want some data from Redfin? It's okay. I mean, it's just like a financial data aggregator. It's not bad. It's not gonna give you anything special. It's just like another terminal ask service. All right, a little bit of a bounce here on futures. Back just above the long-term trend. Hold on, I want to look at something here. So futures still have a little bit of room to move down. I'll show you guys. On the longer term trend, there's still a little room to move down here into like the 3960 range. But a little bounce right now here, just after crossing this longer term uptrend. We're finding a little support on the uptrend. We'll see how much. It's probably a little significant. If we don't find support here, that's really, really very bearish. Hmm. If it charts on log scale more accurate, yeah. I'm still holding your Netflix here. My puts? Yeah, I still have them. They're super deep in the money now. I have stops on them. I like investing in stocks I use the product. I know agriculture and PC gaming. Tech companies face a new headwind though, higher interest rates, which affects their future cash flows. I know. It also affects their margins. And most of their valuations are based on their margins. Have you bought any more Nvidia puts or still waiting for sub 230? Still waiting for sub 230. I'm still hedged in this range, so I don't want to start averaging down with any significant amounts of money until I start closing out my hedge. Which is really around like the 230 to 225 range. Look, I answered you the first time you asked me, Surfa. It's just another like financial data aggregator like Fintel, or it's just like a terminal service. Or like unusual whales. Goldman upgraded. They didn't just do it. They did it this morning. How much Nvidia climb is people buying shares at this price? I don't know. It's already back down below VWAP today. We'll see if it gets rejected here, I guess. It's failing. I see it walking. I'm aware. I'm sorry. I guess I spaced out. It's all good, man. Would you say that the margin call theory is off the table for GME? What are the reasons? You mean the theory that short hedge funds are going to get margin called in a market crash? While the value of their assets is skyrocketing? It's pretty unlikely. That's generally not the way that works. If shorts were to capitulate, it would be on the upside, not the downside. Those shorts pad their margin when they're up, right? Also, shorting's you get the credit for your short up front. So people always talk about like Citadel's like sold but not yet bought securities. That's cash they have from selling those securities. They have the credit from those sales. So it's not like they're just like negative $75 billion. They've got the $75 billion or more. Right. If they sold those securities for 105 billion and those are now worth negative 75 billion, they're way the fuck up. But Girk, some guy on Reddit with 4 shares at 425 wrote a DD using information they don't understand. I'm aware. At least he DRS'd, right? Another test of 39.75. Yeah, it could get kind of volatile here. We'll see how it breaks. If VIX starts to dip a bit, there could be a chance for a bounce. Although this kind of looks bearish. I mean, this is not bullish yet. What about the theory that if Marge calls, just hang up? That sounds more likely. Are YouTubers still preaching GME MOASS? I thought they all gave up. Oh no. I don't know how many GME YouTubers there are anymore, but I highly doubt any of them have given up on preaching MOASS to the masses. There's a big audience for that, right? We could have like 3,000 more people in here every day if I wanted to spend my entire day bullshitting about the benefits of DRS and telling everyone it's okay, just hodl. Yeah, I agree. No thanks. So much playing 60s DT Jimmy OPEC stuff. This SPX stuff is way more fun. It's pretty fun. That could be the April 1st stream. No, fuck him. I like losing money with this bunch of people. We don't need the apes. Yeah, I'm alright without it. That shit was just like that entire like year and a half was just, or year, it was so fucking stressful. Just arguing with people that were just obstinately ignorant. And getting called a shill and a liar and a con artist for my efforts. Fuck that. What's up, Surfa? Yeah, I mean, you guys call me a shill, but it's lovingly. SPX is the best video game ever. Also, don't bring in those smooth brims. Ape is cringe as fuck. Yeah. Is there an ETF that I can buy in that inverses companies that just talk about Chat GPT for their earnings calls? I think there's some AI ETFs. There's a few of them. Bots is one. No, it's not. Fuck you, Shill. Fuck you too, Carl. Also, your wife wants you out of the house later. She didn't tell me why. Y'all weren't cringing about Ape Together Strong in Jan 21? I never liked the term ape. I always thought it kind of encouraged stupidity. Zero DT 3975 straddle here, or consolidate rest of the day. It's not a bad point to straddle. Wessel's Creations, welcome to Dillionaire Man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man. Jara is 3,900 is still a line in the sand on SPX that if crossed could lead to super downs. 3,700. What key resistances are you looking at to determine how low this can go in the near term? I posted a chart with all the resistances on it over on the Daily DD. You could probably copy that and look at it. 3965 is very important. 3900 is very important. 3885 and 3850 are important levels. Obviously, all of those with the potential to become our floor. All you can do is follow the price action. Gamma's continuing to increase negatively, or well, decrease, I guess. So the momentum of that is obviously going to keep continuing until there's some relief or some large amount of capitulation. She's yours after the steakhouse, unless you want to come with and treat us. I didn't say I was going to be there. Petition to change Wessel's Creations to Wessel's Pretzels. You'd have to ask him. When NVIDIA fill that ridiculous gap below from aftermarket yesterday? We'll see. Let's see if it gets a rejection here on VWAP. Die, spy, die. Oh, wait, it's lunch? Yes, it is. Win, spy, bounce. Why does it have to bounce? Why is Morningstar's fair value of GME at 39? Isn't that absurd? It depends what metric they're using to value it. It's not their immediate valuation of GME, right? It's, you know, potential valuation of GME. I assume probably like DCF with implied future positive earnings. That sounds about right. I've said GME positive earnings 35 to like 45. Morningstar not accounting for the splits. GME back to $10 fast. You look at NYMT at some point, it's a multifamily REIT, and they just announced a reverse stock split. I'm curious on the effect. I mean, as a REIT, I highly doubt they have any significant short interest. I would be more concerned as to why they're doing a reverse split. Because they're worthless and at risk of being delisted. Yeah, buying into the real estate sector right now seems like a very, very bad idea. Jesus Christ. Their revenues are way down. They're not doing well. I'll tell you that much. Switch to live chat so you can see my messages. Why would I want to? Who? Diamond out saying we lost control, lost a bit of control on inflation. Bullish? Probably not. He's not wrong. Wessel's Pretzels has entered the chat. All right, actual legend. Well done, man. Hmm. Yeah, Tesla's pretty persistent right now. Retesting 200. I would say it's still just very sensitive to upside, like to buy pressure more than anything. All right, are we gonna bounce back to like 4,000 here? Cut these. Wow.
sell those for more. Oop. How did it know where to put that? Is that the AI? Mike sells CCs. Thank you so much, man. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. Give Mike sells CCs a big shout out for hooking you up. NVIDIA pumping on Reddit. Sentiment alone. There's definitely some sentiment. I don't know for what. Their fucking financials look like garbage. I. Can you explain why you're thinking bounce here? Because it could bounce here? Uh, SPX move down or stabilize? I don't know. We'll see what happens. It could get rejected here. I think there's a decent chance it does. But it may just continue to push up. VIX just slid below 22, which isn't a great sign. This is about the confirmation point for a reversal. It might move back up into like the 39.85 range. This is probably profit taking on the put side. If it fails here, then we might head back down towards these little gaps. Crushing VIX to get cheaper puts. Yep. Ooh. It did get rejected. Nice. ChatGPT just told me to shorten a video, then it ended it with NFA. NVIDIA, hard rejection too. Cool.
Fidelity just told me. ChatGPT just told me that Fidelity was going to margin call me. Interesting. Hmm. I think this is gonna bounce here again. Oh, maybe not. Futures are gonna sell off. 39.75s. Hmm. Yeah, they're SPX options. They're the weekly contracts instead of the AM expiration. Sentiment on Reddit and our investing in our stock market last night honestly wasn't great, unless the comments were from us pickles. But in general, people weren't buying the bullshit, honestly. It seemed like a lot of bullshit, which would be more profitable, a Terminator 2 type AI scenario or a more Matrix style future. Asking for my port. I mean, probably the Matrix style one. It seemed far more productive. Can I buy this at 7? Oh, cheaper. 650. Okay. a little off, probably. I don't think it makes much of a difference, but it was, I mean, there could have been some long recalls before earnings. And if their earnings shit the bed, the longs would want their shares back to sell, right? Is there a way to tell if NVIDIA is pumping because longs are recalling? Post a guide and crown sharpening. Oh, Jesus Christ. Is the AI the future of stacking? Probably not. I don't AI has a lot of problems with chaotic systems, right? Probably like a great research tool once it's more developed. Do you have any more expectations for the economic data for tomorrow? I mean, I think PCE will probably either be fairly stagnant or slightly up, and I think consumers' personal spending is going to be up, which are both negative indicators for inflation. So we'll probably see increased inflation on the next print, even warmer. I'm not a Luddite. I'm streaming on YouTube right now. How would I be a Luddite? AI is just a fad, sort of like internet just a fad back in the 90s. AI overhyped, same like internet was overhyped back in the 2000s. There's FTDs, ETF FTDs begin on 3.9. So as long as you can like close out around that period of time, you're probably not in a bad spot. Spending is up because of inflation. The rate of spending is up significantly over the rate of inflation. Wanted to take profits yesterday, but got pulled away from the PC. I got it back today and more. Looking to reposition for more and to diversify out of SPX. I noticed Netflix at the bottom of a long-term channel. Do you have thoughts on ups or downs or PP to look at? Or maybe... Sorry, what was the last part? Or maybe a Pickles pick? I'm shorting Netflix was already a Pickles pick. Netflix probably still has more room to the downside. I don't think anything's going to be doing a lot of bouncing right now. All the indexes are down, and they look like they're going to continue that for at least a little while. So I'd be cautious entering anything to the long side just yet. Netflix might have some more room down. Obviously, it's a lot riskier now than it was up at like 340. Does it say AI NVIDIA will go back up? Equal peaks. This would be where there could be a failure. Getting a little tighter here. Ooh. This is the breakdown. You know what? Hold on, sorry. I'm just trying to enter these. Okay. What would you say the lowest risk move to make with some of the profits in the near term? Puts on Nvidia, puts on SPX. Nvidia and Tesla have been running awfully hot. I mean, add the money on them is probably not that unsafe. How would you hedge long-term puts? I looked at call contracts, and losing that much on the contract cost seems like it would take huge amounts of potential profit away from the long-term puts. Of course it does. You can hedge them a lot of different ways. If you have long-term puts, you can use them to sell like out of the money naked puts for shorter time periods to offset like your theta decay. Just triple top tier, so I don't think it's that wild. Maybe 200p on Nvidia, enough theta in your opinion? That's a very good amount of theta. That's very decent. Easy to manage if you need to. Nice middle ground. Gives you like more than a few weeks of waiting time. I'm just waiting on a coupon to join Tillionaire. I've been away for a couple of hours, so apologies as you would have answered already. Did many of the 3980 DT sell off on that low test? No, but a lot of them sold off yesterday. $39.75 is far more stacked than $39.80. And yeah, some of them closed on that low test, but not all of them. There's a lot of that position that's opened further out. I got him a support call. Is this bullish? I don't think so. I think this is gonna break down. Get rid of that support line. Fiscal stupidity. Thank you so much, man. Guys, give Fiscal a big shout out for hooking you up with Cornishon. I appreciate it, man. What do you think about AMD at this price level? I have some 10 March 75p that I averaged down today. I mean, I'm still in my puts for AMD. Fuck, it's gonna retest the upside of this. Bullshit. Hmm. Fix is moving up here. This would probably be a lot more interesting if it wasn't noon. Looks like we need upside down Guybrush to save our puts. Why? Okay, the gap there is filled, right? Oh no. Gap there? How can we drop so hard? Be kind of crazy. I hope not. All right. Pricing in a leg down. Are you straddling PC? Yeah, I probably will. $12.69 incoming. Consolidation starting to get really tight here. Straddling 2-to-1 put to call. Probably like 1.5 to 1. Oh, fuck off. Really? Lame. I'm just gonna buy back in. Fuck that. NVIDIA? What did it do? Maybe back down to 230? I guess we'll see. It's not really that big of a battle, I don't think. It's just low volume and volatile. I bought right back in. Not a great fill. 5-1, but that's fine. Can't get stopped out if you have no stops. True, but if you have no stops, then it can break up and fucking tap 4,000 in 3 candles, right? Seven-year note auction just came in 4.062 versus previous 3.517. Jesus Christ. The yields are rocketing. You want them before the yields go up, ideally, right? AMD getting some volume down. It is time. I have a bunch of puts on it. Yeah, but then when the yield gets better, the buying of the bond picks up. Like, generally, the value loss is brief. No. I mean, well, it's kind of the difference between holding them and just trading them, I guess. The chat GPT prompt should be open 100% of the time while you work on your computer on any task so you can use it while you work. You know what, Stefan, you should just give your brain over to it entirely and let it do all its thinking for you. I think it will all your thinking for you. I think it'll benefit you greatly in the long run. Could you please elaborate with an example on how to offset theta decay on my already in the money puts? For example, I have 40/50 SPX puts for March 17. How can I offset theta decay on them? You don't need to. They're fucking in the money. I mean, you can sell out of the money puts if you want. I know what it is, Stefan, and it's not super sophisticated. It's fairly basic. Nvidia dead. MM's gonna eat theta. Someone's gonna get fucked. It's a chat bot, though. I think in the world of AI's potential, that's like saying you have a really smooth rock. If Stefan just an AI, no. He's far too annoying for that. I feel like this whole chat GPT thing just confirms how lonely these computer nerds as teens when AOL chatbot was their only friend. Real doll plus chat AI. Profit. Give it a shot. Give me your 1-year bull thesis on the market. I don't have one. I don't think any of the problems are going to be fixed this year. I actually think they're only going to get worse. I don't know. I fucking hope it retests. I don't care if it retests 39.70, but I want it to drop below 39.75 at least once. This breakdown's not very dramatic though, and so it may not be all that interesting. How low do you think Nvidia could drop based on this new price? I mean, I still think it's worth no. I still think it's worth nowhere near what it's currently priced at. Although that could take a very long time to realize. So I would say in the next like 90 days, it has the potential to go down to like 190, 180 maybe. Why is Stefan selling Chat GPT mastermind courses in the chat? I don't know, but I'm about to just time him out for the rest of the day. Chat GPT is the perfect shortcut for someone like Stefan who doesn't want to learn the hard way. Chat GPT isn't just a chatbot, but it's also definitely not what people are hyping it up to be. I mean, it is, in fact, a chatbot. But yes, there is a middle ground. I just noticed 25, with most things, right? I just noticed 25-foot leaps are out there. Do these become available after Feb 17th? A lot of things have 2025 leaps on them. Where's Carl when you need him? There must be a lot of NVIDIA CallOI dropping off the chain tomorrow. Probably. In the money, CallOI. I'm being conservative, AJ. Well, he abbreviated 25 in a weird way. Also, hadn't read the rest of the sentence yet. My company's using Chat GPT for some of its coding. So much faster for bulk coding. Yeah. I mean, you still have to review it, but yeah, it saves a lot of time. XXV is the only XXV I recognize. Okay. Hey, Gork, Wind Moon. Seriously? Okay, that's it. Do you have any GME calls right now? Sold ones. You're too slow, Dork. He started going off about round and bottom breakouts and Chat GPT simultaneously. I couldn't deal with it. When will Chat GPT learn how to stick its finger up people's ham flowers to feel their prostates so I can retire? Is that your current job? Prostate tickler? Sorry, Dork. No, you weren't, JC. Don't lie. Why do you still own GME shares? I have a very low cost basis. SPX gonna break down here or just chop up or I don't know. the point at which it had an opportunity to break down a lot has long passed, but it could still break down. It's kind of bearish, but stable. What sort of ranges are being targeted for PCE data tomorrow? 39.65 and 40.20 still? I mean, it depends where we close out today. If we close out today in this range, low, around 39.65, I'm not looking at, I'd be looking at like 4,000, not 40.20. If we close below 39.65, I'd probably be looking at like 39.80 to, you know, whatever our current level is. Have you done your taxes yet? Yeah. I do them every quarter. You know, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Every time Stefan says something to me, I want to increase the price of Dillionaire like tenfold. Especially when he goes on rants about the euro dollar rounded bottom breakouts and now Chat GPT. Oh, and the plant things that he's into. I can't ban him for being curious and wanting to learn. That seems unfair. Maybe I can just individually raise the price of Stefan's membership. Yes. Is Stefan Primal Steph? Yeah. At least he isn't confrontational like walk-in. Usually not. He's also not as stupid as walk-in. Not even close. I'm running 103 temp over here. So that's my new NVIDIA PT, but I'll be smart and buy a 105p. Oh, Jesus. Don't let your fever do your trading for you. I think the great thing about your stream is that you take the time to educate people versus fuck this guy, I don't agree with him. But talking to Stefan sometimes is like talking to a brick wall. Seems like such a brainlessly easy short. What factors might be contributing to keeping price elevated? How should one approach theta if you would like to play it safe? Get a bunch of it. Duplicate the Discord, fill it with AI versions of us, ban him and invite him to that one. I like this. I like this idea. Money Bags Holder, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. So, you know what I do, LSD, is I don't do that at all. But we talk about it a bunch. Then I ban him. Then I just re-invite him back to the actual Discord. And he thinks everyone's an AI chatbot. Or at least he'll never know. Because we've discussed this. It's the ultimate gaslight. He's the guy that would ask a bunch of class questions and the teacher would say, I'll let you leave early unless someone has questions. If Chat GPT told me to purchase green plant thingies during a rounded bottom breakout on the MACD indicator, is that bullish or more like talking to a brick wall? Oh, fuck. He based a Tesla analysis on something other than OI. Ban. Any plans for hot PCE print tomorrow? But they sprinkle AI through the report. Interesting. I don't know what to do with that. What? Yeah, I mean, if it's like, hey, CPI is hot, but AI, uh, I think that speaks volumes about the kind of market we're in right now. Upstart's at 15. I'm trying to time an entry. Sure, give it time. I mean, I think it can go back to 15. Jay West, welcome to Pigeon Whale. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. Whoa, what the fuck was that? Enjoy the Royal Society for the Advancement of Cooing and other lofty goals. Welcome him aboard, fellow pigeon whales. He has ascended. Don't forget to shit on the pores at least once a day. Make use of your @everybody notifications. Thanks for all the time you spent on this gig. I set stops. I made some good money this week on SPX. I stopped out of all the puts except a few 310 38 25s and 33 39 25s. Oh, okay. But AI market analysis. NVIDIA's revenge. Kathy Woods has been saying AI is a secular disinflationary trend for years. Who cares? Ask ChatGPT for 3-word band names. It gave me 10 variations of 2-word names. When corrected on its error, it apologized and gave me 10 more 2-word names. This is the AI people want to use for investment advice. Better than their own brain, right? A lot of the times. As one of your definitive oldest followers, there should be a grant of sorts. Interesting. Like a trust. Market just gonna shit the bed for the next year? No VUPs? I mean, I don't know. It could. It's pretty shitty already. I don't think things are getting better. That doesn't mean there's no VUPs. Like, there'll be rallies and stuff, but I think the bear market's going to continue. I think that I need to chart your pigeon whale and billionaire additions during mid berating. It seems making fun of Stefan is your golden goose. Interesting. I have no idea how to like figure out that correlation. Basing an investment on Kathy Wood, same like basing an investment on Stefan? No, it's worse. Everything she buys, people short. Wall Street is just ramming Chat GPT down everyone's throats. I mean, they need to prop up valuations, right? Stefan did get wrecked on his Tesla calls. I know. He also got wrecked on probably a fair number of rounded bottom breakouts into the market drop. Your imaginary Tesla calls, Stefan. Although, to be fair, I'm also getting racked on my real Tesla puts. The March ones are doing okay. The weekly's not so hot. Also, his 2.6 MACD, no, it's 3.8 trap. I don't care. You know I don't care. You could have bought any stock throughout January, pretty much, in the S&P 500 and made money. Did you buy the best stocks in the S&P 500 to make money on? Please, for the love of God, change the color on the trend line. So this piece of shit uptrend dies, and SPX goes into a deep, deep, beautiful sleep. Man, it's already down like 100 BPS from this morning. How much more do you want? Funny how the high beta stuff has held up better than the SPX for the most part this week. When the thinking was those would drop the hardest, broker dealers just taking the other side. Yeah. When your put is deep in the money around 0.7 delta, do you still hold it to be further in the money? I mean, you can. You're not, I mean, you're not taking, you're still exposed and you're still taking advantage of the trend, but you're not taking as much advantage of the trend as you could be, right? I don't like this. I cut those at break even. Fuck that shit. Too much theta burn. Is this doing a bullish now? 2184 on VIX. This is such boring intraday bullshit. What does the chain look like? On what? I plan to 1 million X my port next week. Any suggestions for re-entering SPX puts in the lower price ranges for next week? You think we get a bounce up for a good entry? I mean, we could. I mean, if we get a bounce up, that's a good entry. No, I think beta will roughly stay the same. And they actually have higher beta, but that doesn't mean they go down as hard. Generally, it's like on super illiquid shit that's resistant to market downtrends. Its liquidity protects its downside, and its high beta gives it more upside potential. It's not just high beta both ways. Any chain style update on that piece of shit NVIDIA? Oh, there's no options chain updates on NVIDIA. No intraday ones. Is March 3rd enough theta or too much theta for SPX straddle or for the PCE tomorrow? That's probably enough. I don't know if you'll dodge the IV spike by March. Maybe. It might be far enough out. Yeah, that's far enough out. 8 DTE. My lucid calls I bought earlier are up a bit. Cool, man. I love buying calls into market wide downward gamma squeezes. It's the best. Tell that guy who's gonna 1 million X his port that he needs to buy NVIDIA supercomputers. Oh yeah. You need to make the soft goods first. Make soft, then you can make white. The overall market expectation still around, that's my price target, 37.65 by March 17th. That doesn't mean we'll get there, but that's my price target. NVIDIA price driving primarily by its options market too. It's pretty heavily influenced by its options market, but it's also very liquid, so it's influenced by selling and buying of its stock as well. The impact of its options market is less significant than it would be on something like GameStop. What does that even mean? I don't know, man. I didn't write their fucking Q&A for their earnings. What's your updated NVIDIA price target then? Like, I'm still targeting 180, but more time to get there. Are you a top 10 YouTuber yet? Oh no, not even close. Bottom 100? Can you play devil's advocate for NVIDIA? I can't find anything that supports this. Uh, People like AI. AI good. Chat GPT is smarter than NVIDIA's investors. Thanks, Hestia. SPY 317, 360p up 15% in her last week. Enough theta or have less exposure closer to the money with the same theta? I mean, you wouldn't have less exposure closer to the money. You'd just be closer to the money. You'd have less decay closer to the money, especially if you went in the money. You're very far out of the money right now, Brandon Dale. I would say, you know, take profits as they become available because they may not persist, and then reposition accordingly. What I want more than anything right now is a TradingView version of TC. Oh, Jesus. This thing again. SPX dipped to 39.89.99 was me baiting the market down with my juicy limit sells on March 17th, 4050p. Witness my sacrifice. You were witnessed. Thanks, man. It kind of feels like this midday relief is going to reverse into another sell-off later. It could. Yeah. has to be a chatbot. Has to be. Can't ChatGPT just code it for you? Fuck me. All right, I'll be right back. I'm back. What'd I miss? Oh, hey, NVIDIA did a thing. That's fun. I want to let you know that my newfound wealth has helped me lose 10 pounds of weight. Stress-free me is not so bad. Nice, man. That's awesome. Is this a bear flag pennant? Yeah. A bit broader. More on the 5-minute now. The first one broke down. This has become more of a continuous uptrend. Who's cranking the market? Clearly NVIDIA. I guess Tesla's helping. Yeah. NASDAQ's just kind of doing a thing right now. Stopped out on Netflix? I might be. Yeah. Looks like I am. I might re-enter that one. See how high it goes. Do you think Jimmy will have similar moves to Tesla over the years once it becomes profitable? No. It's a totally different company. Believe it or not, mid-cap retailer, not same like top 10 most valuable company, auto manufacturer slash energy provider. NQ is by far the most fun I've had trading any instrument. It's batshit crazy. It is. It's also really risky, but it can be fun. The contracts are outrageously expensive. I'm a bit bullish on Intel over the next few years. Chips X, Mobileye, Intel GPUs, fairly decent moat. My thesis is incomplete, and I will work on completing it. What are your thoughts on it? I agree. I don't want to buy it yet, but I agree with all the other things you said. I think right now it's overpriced, but they are turning things around, and the new CEO is doing a better job. They're rich, so that helps. How'd you go about determining where to draw those SPX lines? I just drew them on the trend. I don't know. Experience? Maybe if Jimmy starts making coal-powered cars. What are you playing penny swings on? That was some September 4100 that I bought when it was at 42. Now it's a few K in profits. I have a hard time making decisions on close it or not. I always want a single long-term put that's there for 3,500 or lower PT with enough theta. I mean, why do you need to close it? You have an obscene amount of theta, especially for SPX. You've paid all of that up front. I assume not just for $100 move to the downside. You can protect your profits, but why risk all that capital up front if you weren't confident in the price going even lower? Thoughts on this? On what? Oh, Nvidia may have already OPEX because last night's move, but I think the rest of the stuff is going to mini OPEX too. GME gonna run? No, I don't think so. I have calls. There's no, that's not. Fuck, man. How long have you been here? That's not how it works. They want to be long too. Synthetic long, synthetic short on OPEXs. That's what they do. That's not us. They're not going to try to sneak one by us. They want us there. They want people fucking hyped up and ready to go and buying calls. They want Gamma Max driven up. Do you know why? Because it raises implied volatility. The whole point of this entire trade is to create moments where IV increases rapidly. And you can't do that without retail. I mean, they can, but it's harder. Then they short the fuck out of retail while they're all going even longer, right? So when retail's like, oh shit, and doubles down, then they fucking slam it and eat all their premiums. They crank on them. Exactly. Driver, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord after the stream, and I'll get you added to the country club. When done taking a leak in a public restroom, how many times are you allowed to shake it before things get creepy? 1 or 2? 3? Just don't crank it. It's okay, Superman. I understand. Only eye contact. What the fuck is NQ just going nuts right now? Oh, is it failing? That's interesting. Hmm. You finally unmodded Carl? That's a different Carl. Why are you just telling us this now? I usually just helicopter it for a few minutes. Always wondered why people stared. Now you know. Missed my Ko-Fi. Oh shit, I'm sorry, dude. What's up? Are you talking about the September 4100s thing? I answered that in pretty great detail. Was there another one? Did I miss another one somewhere? No. Created a burner. Turford wasn't acceptable at work. So you've changed it to Cumhammer 23? What the fuck? Congratulations, turd. No one will ever suspect you in the IT department. Chance on SPX fill the upside gap left on Tuesday in the near future. Or before CPI. Which one? There's a few upside gaps. I'm rebranding. Alright, I like it. Frostbite. What kind of frostbite? The gap up to like 40-60. There's two gaps. There's a big one here, and then there's one here at like 40-80. I think the rest are pretty much filled in. Yeah. I don't think we're hitting that anytime soon. That seems kind of far out of reach. We need like a bounce, like a big bounce before we see that. The cat said so. Not on fucking hot PCE data, we're not. I don't care what the cat says. I miss the bull market when everyone was equally smart. Bull markets are very fair. And CSPs are amazing. Crank it, crank it, crank it, crank it. Uh-oh, crank it, crank it, crank it. It's like a mechanical pencil sharpener. Yeah, that's how you make your soft goods. You crank your wood till it's soft, a soft good. Huh. Maybe it was just like a meme. Maybe they were memeing. Gun to your head. What zero DTEs would you play? I'm going with call. Fuck. It's so risky. I don't know if I believe in the calls. This is pretty steady capitulation. Gun to my head, I'd probably still play a pullback, but I'd wait. Hmm. Just not enough profit taking. That's the problem. Ooh, interesting. Who the fuck is buying in the money puts? Big in the money puts. Hmm. Chat GPT. Is any of this price action DN tomorrow? I mean, Gamma's not very flat in this range. I would say like call positioning at 4,005 looks like is positioning for tomorrow. That's kind of started moving in yesterday and more today. Um, maybe like they might be targeting like 39.85 to 4,005. Like that range seems to be flattening out a little bit. I would say overall the positioning still looks really bearish though. The flatter range we're trading really far away from. Bond market front running a cut from market downs? Seems that way. IV crush on SPX is real. My March, April puts have dropped quite a bit despite SPX flat. Hmm. I don't think it's really crushed all that much. I mean, VIX is down a little bit from its, but its high today was only at like 2230. I want to hedge a long-term 0.04 delta put halfway. What a they have a lot of Vega. That's why they seem so sensitive to it. OG. If I want to hedge a long-term 0.4 delta put halfway, would a short-term 0.2 delta call roughly give me a 2-to-1 hedge? Even the short-term call is only 50% the dollar value of the put. Yes. As long as its delta remains 0.2. Were any of the pundits actually honest and negative on their earnings, or were they all just pumping the AI spill? 2 analysts came in with a strong sell on NVIDIA, 14 came in with a hold, and then 44 came in with a strong buy. I did one earlier, Jess. You missed it. I wonder how trapped they are in this risk on in tech. I was here for it. I just love them. Well, so we had that chop through last week, right? But if here, hold on. All through this period, we had like a massive increase in interest in tech stocks. Big risk on, right? And we just started risking off like right here. I think they're still I think they're well, I mean they're already fucking underwater on a lot of this, right? Like volumetrically, it's not that hard to see. So I wonder how hard they're gonna fight for it before they just capitulate. Does anyone besides me track analyst bias? I mean, there's websites for that, I think. If we see sustained downward movement for 3 weeks or so, will we get the pimento again? We might. Is the suppression of VIX long-term bearish? I.e., if they lose control of the short, do we see a crash? We could, yeah. If you have uncovered shares for Jamie, let's say, how do you reconcile the urge to sell CCs? Since it's the net same as buying a weekly $22 call if you don't sell the $22 CC. I don't. I just sell covered calls. What sound? I think it looks like HSI from yesterday. Yeah, it's similar. Yeah, we'll see if it sells off into close. It's very similar. It's a bearish trend, right? They generally break down. Oop. Oh, that was interesting. It didn't immediately snap off into infinity. This seems to be breaking up though. Test 4,000? Could. Do we have enough momentum? We're running out of it. Futures are pushing though, so that could help. Yep, there. Yep, it did. Are you holding Baba puts or taking profit? I don't know. I'm probably gonna hold them. All right, looks like we're moving back into the delta neutral range. So NQ all gas. Yeah, it's really going. Is SPY oversold? No, I don't think so. This grind up is maddening. It's long. My newly found NVIDIA puts are down 20% in the last hour. Any hope on 310, 220 CSPs? Or 220Ps? Sure. Lots of volume on the ES spike up. Yeah, decent volume on it. I don't know if it's a bull trap. There's still a shitload of short interest right around this level, like, well, 4010. We might move back up to 4017 though. And just keep chopping on the resistance. Heavy put capitulation? No, I don't think so. This looks like buying. Big drop in the VIX on the move up. Although not much more room to the upside. I expect this will fall, and then it'll either fall and keep falling, or it'll fall and consolidate and move up more. But this test kind of looks like it's going to fail right now. Never underestimate the crank. Do you enter straddles the same time big money does? Seems like the whole game for today was dump so big money could buy calls for tomorrow at the bottom. Yeah, that's part of the game. Although they didn't buy a lot of calls, they did buy some. $39.99. I think what's really important here is for ES holding 4,000 into PCE. Now I can buy more puts. That's where all their positioning is. Some of it capitulated earlier, but most of it's still up here. Puts, calls, both. Gamma like kind of flat. Remember? 4005 through 4020. Flat gamma. Short gamma is at like 39. Well, short gamma is really at like 4,000 and 4030, and long gamma is at like 4030. This is very flat in between. There's really good resistance at the 4017 level on ES. We're still under the flip point. At what point do you think GME cover calls are a good idea? I've been selling them literally every day this week. I sold some today. If we move back above open today, I'm going to sell more of them. PC out at 8:30 tomorrow. Yep. Pump is from Boston. Really? Wasn't the Fed speaker like an hour ago? More. Bostic spoke at 10:50. This isn't from that. This is just positioning. What strike are you targeting on the GME cover calls? I've just been selling like 25s at market open when IV's up. 25s and 2250s mostly. Who else spoke? Daily? Oh. Fuck. You'd sell 30-day CCs, then buy to close in a few weeks. Yeah, I probably wouldn't sell 30 days. Fingers crossed, PCE gonna make us open at 3,900. That'd be cool as shit. What happens when volatility is volatile? So in a net negative gamma environment, the up and downside are way more volatile. So moves like this are more common. Just don't get spooked by them. I don't know. It failed the test, which I said it would, and now you got to see what happens on the consolidation. Either it's going to continue to hold momentum and we'll move up into like the 40-10 range, maybe 40-15. Otherwise, you know, it fails to build enough momentum and falls back down around 4,000. It'll probably end the day somewhere between 4,000 and 40-30. And then PCE crushes it. I mean, that'd be nice. If it ends at 3,000 or 5,000, I'm unsubbing. All right. At what point are you going to get puts for your straddle tomorrow? We'll see what happens here. I'll either straddle 40-10 or I'll straddle 4,000, depending on what we're near by the end of the day. Although I could buy 40-10s right now at a discount. I don't know. The risk of failing here is really high. If PCE comes in cool, how much could we really bounce? 40-50, 40-80? Yeah, I know the upside interest is a bit weak. I have no idea what Daly said. Must have been bullish as all hell, though. What are your expectations for PCE? I think it'll be a little hotter than it was on the last print. Maybe like I don't know, core up 0.1 or 0.2, and then total PCE maybe like flat 5 or 5.1, like year over year. It kind of just like took a while for SPX to catch up with like NASDAQ, to be honest. NASDAQ's still kind of leading the way there. That was a big delay between the moves on the two, though. Do you think there are different personality traits that are better suited to specific futures markets? Maybe. I could see that being a thing. How you doing? Pretty good, man. You? I strangled Nvidia and have more capital for puts. I was thinking of rolling my Aprils out to May. That doesn't seem like a terrible idea. Chat GPT seem like NFT? To semis? Like metaverse to Facebook? I guess? Part of me wouldn't be surprised if we hit 40-40 on ES today. This was a pretty bullish bounce. Eh. I'd be surprised if we break 40-17, honestly. VIX didn't drop enough on the bounce. If VIX had slumped like under 21, sure, but it's staying pretty elevated. It's still at like 2130. Today's been fun, thanks. Thanks, Idaho. Thanks, I'm doing well, man. Thanks for keeping the jar rolling. I try. If we're looking to enter into NVIDIA short play now, it makes more sense to enter nearer the month March strikes or further out of the money April strikes. They're both relatively similar, right? More theta means higher delta on further out of the money strikes. You could do a combination of both. You could do one or the other. If this is like the top of NVIDIA and there's a second rejection, uh, slightly lower than this morning's price range, then there's probably like a fairly big advantage to betting on the short side, with like March, like near the money short side with like March contracts. Although this may not be the top. Probably gonna have a job interview next week. Should I tell them about you or just keep that to myself? Unofficial mentor and all. I don't care. Chat GPT is to chatbots what the original iPhone was to the cell phone. It's a massive quantum leap, and people don't understand why yet. It's not a massive quantum leap. You're over exaggerating it. Quite a bit. What it is publicly available. I'm going to put down Discord mod on my resume. Can I put you down as a reference? Sure. Would you describe what you're doing as data cranking? I'll crank your data. I use ChatGPT to write all my emails. It gives me a great success. My resume looks like I'm Jesus, and people think I'm a super swell guy. Awesome. Whenever I eat too much sriracha, I have a massive quantum leap from my desk to the porcelain throne. I don't like sriracha. Chance of a pullback looking slim. I don't know. We just hit 40.10. We'll see what happens. Do I straddle now? Is this my moment? Yes. Just got back from Middle Earth. Short spy here. You mean New Zealand? What was it like? I'm gonna assume that you're being ironic, Sayuri. Wild ferrets. What date are you doing for your straddle? 3-3. Nope. Is New Zealand really populated by tiny people like the movies? They prefer to be called hobbits. Winrar. You should respect that. I figured out why NVIDIA is pumping. It's because I have to update my drivers. I'm not. New hardware will change everything. Oh, yeah, I think they're pretty far from that still. ChatGPT is already available to the broader public. All my SPX puts are dead. Oh, sad. Is this pump across the market a sign that PCE will crush the market tomorrow? No, there is no sign. The data is not released yet. The market has moved back literally to the dead center of the delta neutral positioning. I suspect it may be very boring into the end of today. Just hedge every day. You'll never be wrong. It's actually beautiful. Market has had 3 to 4 red days in a row. It's not uncommon for a green day after that. That's true. I don't think it's out of the question for us to have a green day right now. Or to hold this green day. Yeah, seems reasonable. Why are we moving up? I mean, we're kind of just moving back to where neutral is, but What do you want to know about SFTs? I mean, it's kind of just like an add-on to the CNS system, right? It just ensures nothing ever fails, or all fails are managed and rolled over until they no longer exist, and like indefinitely. SFTs plus CNS equals never a MOASS, ever, anywhere, no matter how bad you want one to happen. Could be super bearish. It just means volatility is increasing, right, Superman? With SFTs, is it no longer viable to chase FTDs on C35? It's never been viable to chase the market maker ones, but it's still viable to chase the ETF ones, provided they're in large enough quantities and you're right about which stock they're mostly due on. But the ETF FTDs are still heavily, net short, if not entirely net short. So, but yeah, I mean, market maker FTDs have not been worth chasing for quite some time. Now, if something's on reg show and market maker fails are really, really high, and it's persistently producing a high fail to volume ratio, which means that those FTDs weren't just created in the past, they're continuing to be created, then yes. Otherwise, no. I hedged with March 1st 4000 C at the bottom today. Am I you? I don't know, but you're definitely happy, right? Means usually ST reversal north off sell off. Oh, Jesus Christ. Mike, what are you doing to me, man? A serious question. You gotta attempt a straddle overnight plan to close out tomorrow. How much theta do you recommend? Generally like 3 to 5 days. I guess it's 8 DTE. I bought my straddle for 3-3 just now at 410. The more theta you can afford, the better. But I'm generally getting a lot of leverage, right? And so I'm not getting as much theta. But you can do it with 90 DTE contracts, you can do it with 5 DTE contracts. Yeah, of course, Lion King, no problem, man. Death row meal and a campy eggplant parm. Oh, you bitch. Hmm. Steak? Is it? Yeah, got a lot of steaks. Maybe like, hmm. Like really good sushi. I'm torn between really good sushi and like really good yakitori. One or the other. Remember an ETF tracker for GME. One thing I noticed is GME's build to volume ratio seems to uptick significantly when ETF FTDs are reported. Any idea why that is? They're probably failing on GME more heavily during those periods in order to lower the amount of reported FTDs on the ETFs. There's also a correlation sometimes, depending on how illiquid GME is around that period, with GME's borrow rate. I haven't been to Japan. I'd like to go. The way you pronounce Japanese things makes my bones howl. I'm not Japanese. Have you been to Sakagura in the East Village? Yeah. Well, if someone Japanese comes to America and they mispronounce English things, I'm not going to be like, I hate the way you pronounce that. Right? You're doing the opposite. So, is there a double standard there that I'm not aware of? Can you explain the nature of this ascending channel to me like I'm a Japanese sea eagle? Caw. It's funnier if you act bigoted. Oh. Eh. You tell us purple circle mouth breathers to end our miserable existence every 6 minutes? I mean, yeah, but you're just annoying, Patrick. Odds we break up from 4017, hoping for another drop into. When did you come back? Didn't you leave? I've been better off. Go back away. I was better off without you. South Korea is more prosperous than Japan now. 80s was the best decade. I know. I wish I'd gotten to live through it. I would have done so much cocaine. Any wild gamma chain swings? No, not really. Please don't get frustrated with us. Stefan Ryder of the Rounded Bottom Breakouts has been messaging all of us with questions he is begging to ask you. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yakitori? Yakitori? Whatever. You on chisel? Must be. I don't know what any of that means, Edwin. Ah, back when Coke was good for you? Kind of like smoking cigarettes in the 50s. Yeah. Shorts got trapped, fucked under 400. Now let's get this bull party going. Shorts aren't fucked. Shorts have lots of theta. Hey, Gurk, I did it. I took profits and used those to enter a straddle with house money. That clip about taking profits is gold and should be highlighted more for us rookies. Thanks. Awesome, dude. Congratulations. That moment when the only thing that will save Stefan is Jones Edwards' advisor. How'd you feel about filling that gap at 40.90 real quick? It's still pretty unlikely. Maybe on cool PCE, but otherwise, nah. Only reason I'd ever secretly message other people to ask Pi-Fi questions is just split test his responses. If he answers my sock puppets informatively and politely, then I know it's me. Money, not my questions. Oh, it's you. It's if you don't even need to bother. It's you. 1,000 times over, it's you. If someone else asked me the same questions you do, I would probably respond in a kind and helpful manner and try to inform them as much as feasibly possible to better assist their investment decisions that they may face in the future. Stefan wanted me to ask you about dividend reinvestments. Get fucked, Carl. Will you ever do a duo stream again? I like the idea of you streaming with Insta Thoughts and explaining option strats to them. I mean, I don't need to explain option strats to them, but I can teach them option strats and they can show me how to make my thighs look buttery soft in every lighting. It's true. Pi-Fi called me on my cell last night. We discussed the euro for like an hour. Euro dollar. It's not the same. Is this the rounded bottom breakout forming on GME? Asking for a friend. No. This is GME going down and then slightly back up, but less up than it went down. Multiple days of this lead to a downtrend. I don't use special custom indicators when I look at the chart, other than to know the price. I use the options chain and some futures to determine future price action. Is that bad? No, it's better. I learned that you can sell without a sell. So this is true. What's up, Grease Nipples? What supplements do you take to keep your skin and hair so silky Persian smooth? I just sweat olive oil. Like if you pinch any part of my skin, boom, olive oil. You could probably wring it out of my sheets. Yeah, of course, extra virgin. It's true. Gert calls me daily, and we have in-depth discussions about rounded bottom breakouts. We call them rabos now. Hey, Girk, let's do Quaaludes and have a good time. I know a guy. They're a bit expired, but what's a couple decades? I am part Sicilian. Yeah, Sicilian and Italian, but yeah. Who you be kind to me if I asked for advice? No, I hate you. Can one of your assistants reach out to Luluvi for a co-stream? A two-part series. You talking stocks on one stream and you playing V games with her? I don't know who that is. Tell Atomic to check his DMs so I can validate my ETF FTDs. Atomic, can you check your DMs whenever you get a chance? Have you ever tried to pick up a Chiquita by asking her for her OnlyFans link? No? Have you? That seems like a risky. That's really going to depend on your audience, that one. I don't like it. It seems like it would have a high fail to volume ratio. Is buying May 19 at the money Jimmy puts right now a thing to do? Eh. There's not that much downside on it. I'd rather buy something puts on something that will actually go down and has like money below where I buy the put. I need to change my screen name. Gurk has shadow banned me. No, I haven't shadow banned you. But you keep saying the same thing over and over again about how you hate my pronunciation of Japanese things. And it makes you scream. But I read it the first time you said it. I didn't feel it was necessary to read it 10 more times. Well, here you're gonna. I mean, I feel like you're gonna run into three categories of girls if you are asking girls your OnlyFans for their OnlyFans link. You're gonna run into one girl that's going to be offended. This is probably going to be the majority. Let's say 66%. Then there's going to be girls who are flattered. This is gonna be smaller. This is 33%. And then you're gonna run into girls who are like, ooh, a new simp. And this is gonna be like 1%. So most of these are gonna turn out to be a failure. And I can't think of a good hedge. Yeah. Oh, I haven't back tested it. That's just an initial analysis. I'd have to do far more research to confirm the theory. We ain't talking stocks or what? I don't know. I already bought a straddle. When Jamie Dizzle print my attendees, he's trying. He said that we lost control of inflation today. If they're available during working hours to go out, you can probably weigh up the percent for the second and third groups. Interesting. When you say shit on the porters, do you mean from above? Like upon thy pedestal? Exactly. Yeah, like a pigeon. Pigeon whale. Kramer said more NVIDIA upside to come. Fuck. Thoughts on a calendar straddle? That's always fun. Yeah, those work. I do those. Sometimes I like them. Generally, I buy the theta on the side that I don't expect to be realized in the near term, and I usually don't use them unless I think the market is topped or bottomed. Best bet on SPX action tomorrow. It's probably going to be heavily determined by the data. Kramer is always wrong. Is he? Gork, my made up resistance lines aren't working. Make up new ones that are better. So some big investors are bag holding NVIDIA and need retail to bag hold before the drop. Ideally for them, yes. So if I expect short-term bullishness, then put side more theta. They need retail to prop the price while they sell, right? That's not really they need bag holders. They just want someone to hold the price up while they pull out of their positions. Power Hour song? Yeah. I'm not feeling it. Well, we're not really like generally you don't use calendar straddles at like a midpoint and like a larger macro move. You would use them when you think like the bottom is approaching. Because you could start setting them up here, right? And going like far dated long positions and then short dated short positions. right? And then you can keep doing that. And then when the market rebounds, you have all these long positions open, right? And vice versa at the top. But in the middle, it's kind of tricky because you can't buy enough theta for the long dated position to, if the market turns around, you can't buy enough theta for the long dated position to print, right? Or at least to have reliability in it printing. I mean, you could, but the leverage would be awful. Like, you'd have to buy a shitload of theta. I guess theoretically, on any market drop, you could, as it drops, you could buy past a certain point, like below 39.65, I guess. You could buy like a leap and then hedge it with a short put or like a long put, like a short dated long put. And then, the next day you buy a leap, short dated long put, leap, short dated long put, leap, short dated long put. And then when it turns around, cash money. Ben, thank you so much. John Croissant, welcome to Cornishon. I tried to slow that down enough so it wouldn't rhyme, but it failed. Maybe you could change your name to John Croissantishon. So, I mean, SPX puts have high Vega and are getting hammered. I'm sweating. I mean, they're getting hammered because VIX is dropping. RSI is a thing. Yeah. It's not a thing that's not already just told you by the candlesticks and volume. That's on May 19. Call, broken, wing buy 180C, sell to 190C, buy 225C for NVIDIA. Broken wing, buy a 180, sell to 190, buy 225. Okay, I mean, I guess you could. I've been away all day at the kids' homeschool co-op. Can you give me an update? Keep this SPY NVIDIA puts for later, or do you think more short-term bull? I mean, I think whatever we get tomorrow is going to be super dependent on the macro price action. I don't know what NVIDIA puts you have. Those may need to be repositioned or adjusted. I also don't know what SPY puts you have, but those are probably in a better position. I don't think the market's turning around here. SPX megaphone on the 30. I know. But don't talk about it. Please, dear God. Also, look at the one on NQ. I just want to see Jimmy rip for old time's sake. Give it like a month. You might. Split was the death of the good CC days. I mean, was it? You just sell 4 times as many now, and Ivy's not that dissimilar. We give max profit at 190, but we'll limit risk to just roughly 900%. Yeah, it doesn't seem bad. A little tricky to manage, but if you feel confident in managing it. Straddled 3080, rolled the put up to 4140 when we tested it, 4010. Am I regarded to hold this call that is 100% profit overnight? Okay, so you rolled the put up to 40.10 and you have an in the money call? No. I mean, you should probably just reposition the call, but you can leave it as like a guts position. It doesn't. You have to close it more. You generally would want to close it more traditionally, though, if that was the case. I got the gist of it, Ben. You'd almost never see IV under 100 at the money. Yeah, you did. There were plenty of points last year where IV went down to like 94, 98. And not only last year, but 2021 as well. That was our like the low range of our IV. We didn't usually see it around 88, which we do now. But also options interest nowadays is way lower than it was then. If options interest was as high now as it was then, IV would be even higher than it used to be. GME is more illiquid than it was then. Megaphone means market top bottom is in? No, not necessarily. It could be volatility increasing into a larger continuation of a move that's already happening. Say you messed up entering a straddle, can adding more capital to one side via in the money even it out? Yes, you can do that. I assume generally when you mess up your entry, you would just strangle instead. I just got the high score in the top 700 in the world on pacifism and geometry wars. Cool, man. I don't know what any of that means. But congratulations. What range do you think NVIDIA could fall to by April or May? 190 or 180? I wouldn't really target below that. I mean, I think it's worth a lot less than that, but that could take like beyond quarter one earnings to be realized. How important is debt to equity ratio in bear markets? More. I mean, in this bear market, more. I mean, debt is bad right now, depending on when it was financed. You got to dig a little deeper than just the surface number. You've got to find out, you know, when it's coming due and at what rate it's financed. Those are both really important. And then if their debt's maturing and they don't have very good cash flow due to macroeconomic conditions right now, that can inhibit their ability to pay their debt, which could lead to a loss in equity value, which could further inhibit their ability to pay their debt. And then you get kind of a cascade of debt failure like you've seen on Bobby and Revlon. But there's advantages in that too. The stocks will tend to pick up tons of volatility. Yes, on indexes, megaphones are bearish because increased volatility is generally inverse positive price action. You also got to find out whether or not your CEO decided to buy a mine instead of pay down their debt. Not buy a mine, buy interest in a mine. Same like fool's gold. I was so calm while being down 200K on NVIDIA puts. I'm not down. I hedged them. I closed like 30% of my position before earnings last night, and then I bought a hedge. I'm not I'm bearish, but I'm not an idiot. Whatever we get from PCE tomorrow, even though the market could rally back to 40.50 to 40.80, do you still expect we will fall back below 3,800 by mid-March? Or depending on that data, that may change your expectations. I mean, the data could change expectations, providing that the positioning follows suit. Market participants may just ignore the data point and continue to drive the market downwards in an aggressive fashion, which is what's happening now. There's some fight, but the majority of participants are driving the market down, or at least the ones with the most money. You love the HYMC and AMC minted gold and silver coins? I'm not making it up. But HYMC doesn't have any active mines. So what are they going out and buying gold? They're buying gold in order to mint coins? Straddles tomorrow show bearishness expected. So 40.50 tomorrow guaranteed. I don't know. I'm straddled. I don't give a shit. What's the latest on said market participants? What has changed today? Not much. We drove down. There was some 0DT put capitulation. We kind of crawled back up on that capitulation and then broke back up to the neutral point on the options chain where gamma's flat. And delta neutral positioning is high going into the large macro data event tomorrow. So, I mean, today, largely unimpressive, I would say. Fun, easy to make money on, but, as far as, like, the macro trend is concerned, not a lot has changed. Remember when the CEO of HYMC wore a rocket ship pin on her jacket a week before they diluted the fuck out of their stock? No. Of course insiders are selling. Still holding all your long-term SPX puts, or you took most of the profits? I still have a bunch of them. My positions moved around a bit, but I've also taken profits. I took profits on the 4100s. I took profits on the 4050s and the 4000s. I repositioned the 4000s today and then took profits on them again. I'll probably reposition 4000s again towards the end of today. If the market wants to keep giving me drops from 4020 to 3980, then I'm just gonna keep taking that money. Then repositioning. You still have Fubo cover calls out? Yeah, I do. What's Fubo trading at? Oh, hey, Baba dropped to 93. The fuck? Interesting. Fubo's up today. Curious. What kind of carbon steel walk would you recommend? One that's carbon steel and probably well polished. Some of them are rough. You don't want a rough one. Nice and smooth. Also, you should probably get a wok burner. Your stove's not going to be a great place to use that thing. Baba CEO didn't say AI enough times. What a fool. Yeah. Make sure it has a rounded bottom. That's something that drives me nuts. A lot of people buy walks that are flat on the bottom. That's just like a weirdly shaped saute pan. It needs to be rounded. Nice. Welcome aboard to the Straddle Strangle Club. You and every major market participant, Velvet. Nope. Good job, Dork. I see you timed someone out. We wouldn't want to have talked about that. I don't know how I feel about taking cooking advice from you. Don't. Hey, I'm a slow learner. It's okay. You're getting there. Got you, fam. I liked the precision with which you executed that timeout, Dork. Does Carl know that he's officially on notice? Did you close your GME OPEX synthetic longs? No. But I probably will. Do you think Plotkin looks at GME price action and thinks, I was early, not wrong? He was right for a really long period of time and then just didn't get out. All these rounded bottoms and no consideration for rounded tops. Plotkin must be itching to get back in. Probably. He needed to watch your take profits video. Yeah. No, I mean he was trying to short Jimmy into bankruptcy. He just wasn't gonna go bankrupt. Then he got fucked by Kenny. Twice. Can you explain how to properly hedge? I still have my 324 NVIDIA 150p, 324 180p, and 421 210p. Okay, well, the 210p doesn't seem bad. I don't know why you had weekly 150s and 180s, but congratulations. I don't know. You could have just bought, like, you have 3 puts. You could have just bought, like, 1 call before close. Add the money. It's not like you had a complex position to hedge. You had to worry about margin constraints. Like some of us. I constructed a calendar spread before earnings. And in order to credit myself into a long call position, I did that in like 5 minutes. You can't hedge your 3 puts with a call or 2. This is why your wife doesn't love you. Or so I heard. How are you hedging your put position on SPX or PCE other than your straddle? I have a straddle. I mean, most of my like longer my like March 31 puts are profitable. Like they're still profitable sub 40-60. So I'm not worried about those. They're still up. These like what I have left of these like shorter dated like laddered puts. I don't think there's no, I'm not really worried about those. They have some theta on them. Even if I eat the loss on them, I'm kind of okay with it. I think the head, like the straddle, covers it. So yeah, I mean, as long as the market doesn't move above 40.60 before I can cut, then I'm not particularly worried about them. I should be fine. That was kind of mean. No, it wasn't. We banter. It's our thing. Y'all are my puts are super profitable when I bought out of the money at 41.50. Yeah, they're great, aren't they? I just got an ad for AI. Fuck. Can we do a poll on what SPX open price will be tomorrow? No. So when you said the megaphone could show a continuation, is that long-term bearish or short-term bullish? It's long-term bearish, short-term volatile. So megaphones are they're a continuation pattern on a bearish trend or a reversal on a bullish trend, and they are an increase in implied volatility over a period of time, right? And since implied volatility and price are generally inverse each other, not always, but usually, then this is inherently bearish. Ah, yes, VIX is dumped. It has. That doesn't mean it's going to stay down. VIX is also manipulated, but we won't get into that. How long do you think the market can remain turgid on this whole AI thing? Probably not very long because it doesn't generate any actual value. At least no discernible value. And this isn't a bull market where people are just going to pile in to the hottest idea. Can you explain PMCCs like I'm a poor? I was thinking of trying this on Jimmy or Upstart. What are the downsides? If it moves up really, really fast, you could lose money. That's about it. Sometimes you have to close your leap in order to cover losses on your naked sold call. That's never fun. But other than that, it's a lower cost of capital to execute buy rights. Yeah, I mean, if I make more School of Stock videos, that's probably what they would be on. I do intend to at some point. The moves in VIX will be getting faster as well. Makes me feel like we're gonna rip on it soon. I hope so. That'd be cool as hell. Considering the current price, I still think 40.50 is the top if we get bullish PCE. For tomorrow, at least. I mean, we'd need more positioning above that to realize. And what's bullish PCE? Are you talking like a multiple point move? And it's not that volatile. PCE's, not that volatile. It's like a kind of volatile data point, but it's not. It's not gonna fucking move that much, man. It's not like PC is gonna come in at like 0.1 or something. Good lord, you still streaming this trash? Crazy. I mean, I never really talked about it today, but I sold some cover calls on it. It's still not $5, Gaff. You're still wrong. It's like Cardano all over again. Just hurt me. I have no idea. I'm trying to see how we don't go down tomorrow. Okay. Do you think we fail the resistance at 40.20 and go back down to 39.50? Today? No. Does anybody have any questions to ask me that aren't speculating on what the SPX is going to do tomorrow? Based on data that isn't known yet. No? Thanks, Sean. What's Tesla going to do tomorrow? Well, I hope it goes down. Can you give your take on NVIDIA option flow for the day? I haven't looked at it, so no. I can tell you what it looks like tomorrow. How much liquidity did they use up on GME? A little bit. GME is a little more illiquid today than it was yesterday. Not much, but a little bit. Didn't have a lot of volume. Whatever position you have, maybe buy the opposite of it in some form, Yaga. And then I don't know how big the move's going to be because I don't know what the data's going to be yet. The amount of uncertainty is insane. You guys do know that there's no calls on the chain and like a negative $10 billion hedge, right? If you didn't have a position in GME or Upstart, what would you go into now? Right now? Something else? If I believe we'll retest 3,600 in the next 45 days, what would be the best put to buy and why? I don't know. I don't even know what you can afford, man. Pick your own fucking strikes. Big money is neutral on PCE. Hence the straddles and strangles and the flat gamma between 4,000 and 4030. When Bobby Moon? Probably never. My SQQQ synthetic long is not in the money. Shit. We've just traded back into the neutral range. It's like this is where everyone's positioning is. Of course we're back here. Hence the straddle. Yeah, I know. Fucking pores. Strangle with more theta, straddle with less. See, these are the great questions, Dork, that landed you on the quant team. You're welcome. What a brown nose. Are we doing our quarterly Bitcoin analysis, Gaff? Where I'm always right? Hmm. I don't like that level. 21. I would say Bitcoin to 23.5. That test seems important. 22.7, sorry. A failure of that. Bitcoin back to 18. Remember when you told me that Bitcoin would never hit 16.5 this year, Gaff? I do. Or when you told me that my price target at 8. Gaff was coming after me. Not your average J712. Girk, thanks for all the knowledge, man. Your reminders to manage positions and that you can make money in both directions were key for my first time playing SPX. Made money to go into longer positions. Fuck yeah, man. Congratulations and thank you. That's awesome, dude. He said the forbidden word, but Bitcoin at 12,000? I told Gaff there's a lot of year left. Thanks, McConnerberry. I thought I'd make a great play on SQ on a quick purchase of 5 contracts before my meeting, bought SQM, making a killing. Okay. Sounds like that worked out. Machine learning has changed the world in so many ways and has been operational for a while. There are so many uses for AI. Your YouTube stream is using AI to run. Chat AI is early and currently garbage. Okay. What are you getting at? SM3 31 400p SPY that are up 50%. As someone who's new to actually making profits in the market, is it greedy to hold on for longer? I want to keep exposure, maybe sell half and roll. Seems like a smart way of handling your position. I don't know if you need to roll. You have a decent amount of theta right now, but soon you'll want to. But taking profits and covering your cost basis and reducing risk is never a bad idea. Does the quant team have a regular performance measuring contest, weekly, monthly, quarterly P&L? No, no. The quant team just loses money testing strategies and ideas long before anybody else gets to fuck with them. As an estimate, how much do you think on an average trader can make 20K in crash protection, provided one happens with okay entries? I mean, what kind of crash protection are you talking? Are you talking like futures, VIX? SPX? Or what kind of crash protection are you gonna get there? Like Vega exposed, Delta exposed, a little bit of both. I mean, SPX is expensive. Probably not. You're probably not going to get a lot of leverage for 20 grand. But there's some like Vega positions you could pick up for big spikes and well, see, so you could go like you could get crash protection with Rova. You need to find out of the money strikes that have decent Vega and are far enough dated that the row matters. Like 2025 at like 10,000, 26 at 10,000. Those contracts are pretty cheap. You could kind of go the other way and get like 180 DTE or more. Like puts it like 3,000, maybe 3,200. Those could be deemed crash protection. Is there a point at which you would stop rolling down, up, out for credits on a position that turned against you? Is there a limit to it, or can kick indefinitely? I mean, I I've definitely had a few where I've rolled it to the point where I finally capitulated. Like it just wasn't worth continuing to roll it anymore. You don't want to get stuck in that position because you're tying up capital on a loser, right? Your thesis is already broken. If you're doing that, your thesis is already broken down, and you're just desperate to save your money. And meanwhile, your money could be just deployed elsewhere, working for you instead of constantly working against you, right? It's not always an easy determination to make, but it's an important one to be able to make. Same delta on the call side was way cheaper. Penises. Did you mean to write pennies? Does the manipulation of the VIX negatively affect your portfolio hedge? No, not really. My VIX position's like very far dated and deep in the money, so it's not really. I'm not really affected by like $1 moves up and down, or the VIX getting locked up for periods of time. My theta decay is very minimal. Um, I mean, there's a cost to holding the position, but it's relatively low. It's also up right now, so that helps. So I can always close some of it to cover the cost to hold. No, I'm just kind of wanting PCE to be bullish now. Why? Because calls are cheap? But are calls free yet, Doric? I don't know what a hydro homie is, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm not really super aware of that community. I like water. Water is nice to drink. I don't think I need to be part of a club to say that. I think most organisms are pretty fond of water. Folks sound uneducated on AI when broadly bashing the term. I think most of the bashing going on in here has been about specifically Chat GPT and the limits of its use. I think AI is obviously a very important technology going into the future. It's currently an important technology, although I don't know how much of it I would directly describe as AI versus just machine learning. But we don't really have true AI yet, right? Probably won't for quite some time. That's kind of like a technological singularity that we've yet to reach. But the software products that and like algorithms that the term AI encompasses, yes, are used in almost every industry and in part of our daily lives already. I realize that. Chat GPT called me a slur. Did you ask it to? At market open, how do you properly close out of your losing leg of your straddle? You just close it? Or you do what I do and never close it until it prints. But yeah, that's super greedy. You where they called the broken chat GPT Dan? I've seen photo like screenshots, yeah. How large is a large library? Very large. That's why they're called large libraries, because they're large. I closed the call leg at the top this morning, sold my put leg at even. Free money. Stock God. It's so easy. I'm going to do it again tonight. I'm already in one. What's on NVIDIA having double its average volume today? It's very interesting. given that, the price hasn't done much since open. I'm curious to see how it plays out. Is that definition taking into account the crank? No, I wasn't accounting for cranking. Are there mega large libraries? Yes, and also small and medium. Are they just grinding out implied volatility? High volume, low range? A little bit. Could also just be people selling. In my straddle for tomorrow, March 3 calls, March 17 puts. If price goes up in the AM, roll call profits into averaging down puts. Dumb idea. Doesn't seem like it. Cloud-based libraries, the clouds are so big. They have the best clouds and access to the biggest cloud providers and 10,000 startups that may use AI in the future. All of NVIDIA's volume today is due to cranking. They're cranking out soft goods. It's at least 1,000,000 times bullish, if not 1,000,000x that. What good reason could you have for doing that, turd? Can you go over why April 3800 puts are not considered crash protection if we crash in March? Well, the idea of crash protection would be to massively leverage an actual crash. What that sounds like is a slightly out of the money position with theta in order to swing trade a small dip. I feel personally attacked. I'm sorry, Dork. Do you think AI was used to write the NVIDIA earnings call? Nope, I just think they were slightly high. Cost basis is a 3, sold 250C to play near term downside, but position goes south and I'm facing assignment at a loss. Can you kick that indefinitely? Yeah? I mean, you can just roll the sold call out until it goes out of the money. What will happen to hard goods? They'll get cranked until they're soft. It's not complicated. Where? In the factory. So usually when data is bullish, we see a pullback at open from short-term call profit taking, then sell off of puts and reposition of calls before I move back up, right? Vice versa if bearish. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. It doesn't always occur that way. I mean, there's other market conditions that can affect the price action in the morning. Like you could just open so far below all the calls that there is no effect of them repositioning because they're just dead. I got it now. Crank anything a million times and it's bound to go soft. Exactly. Fuck NVIDIA, walk-in, and the pores. It's considered a pro move when you open your long hedge well after your short leg is already down, right? Nope. That is not a pro move. What if we end up having deflation tomorrow because of all the cranking? Won't matter. The TAM is $300 billion on those soft goods. People are literally lining up around the block to buy them. Could you tell me your position for PCE? Yeah, I have 25 puts and 25 calls at 40.10 for 3-3. What is the refractory period for soft goods to be able to be hard goods again? I don't know if you can ever crank them back, honestly. I guess you could keep cranking a soft good until you get a hard good. And then you can tell me what the turnaround time is. But with NVIDIA's CUDA cores and their proprietary multi-core technology, you could probably reduce the time frame from the cranking soft to hard by 1,000,000x. Bro, 8. These are the data I'm willing to research. Did no one actually listen to the NVIDIA earnings call? I don't think so. So I realize that a lot of the sarcasm right now is lost on people. Maybe this will help. So much cranking in the next 10 years. Imagine your boss throwing you out of a window so he can crank. Accelerate the adoption of the soft goods we crank out. Where are we going to put our factory? I almost called the DD this morning, cranking it with gherkin it. And the stratocumulus clouds. The buildings do the cranking. Oh, you're not wrong. He did say that. If you guys haven't gotten a chance to read NVIDIA's earnings call transcript, I suggest you do. It's funny as hell. I sent you this. Sent you the. Is this the bubble clip? Oh. Thank you, Jean Claude. I'll share it on the Discord. Ding ding. The day is done. Well, that was pretty exciting, right? Nvidia rose up, dropped, and then ended fairly stable into close. A little bit down from its earlier high this morning. Jimmy dropped, and then I don't know, kind of came back up with the market into the end of the day, but underperformed overall. Tesla up with Nasdaq, but not nearly as much as Nvidia was. And the S&P climbing back up into the end of the day, right around delta neutral positioning for the PCE print tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, we have PCE and personal income. Both of those are leading indicators of inflation for the Federal Reserve Bank. They will be important data points in assuring the market that the Fed is most likely going to move forward with continued rate increases and may even possibly increase their target terminal rate for the year. Inflation swaps and SOFR are both betting on larger increases into June and into September, with inflation swap traders targeting 6% by September, which would be over the current terminal rate of 5.25. We could see that if inflation sparks back up and gets real hot, they may move forward with like 0.75 increases again, possibly higher. So we'll see how tomorrow's data goes. Obviously, a higher PCE would be bad. Consumer spending, we want to see that down, where the Fed wants to see it down. I doubt we will, given consumer sentiment was so high in the last report. I expect consumer spending to also be up. Consumer credit has been skyrocketing. Credit utilization has been skyrocketing. So most likely a very bearish data point, but we'll see. A bullish outcome sees us move up into a range, possibly under the collar, but still maybe around like 40.50, 40.60 to the upside. Right now, there's not really a lot of long positioning above that. So we do have some protection from the collar on too big of an upside move. If we open low, especially if we open below 4,000, we could see fairly rapid downside, even in the morning trading session, on bearish news. So be prepared for that. Thank you guys for tuning in, and I will see you tomorrow morning for the conclusion of what has been a pretty fun week, I think, so far. Thanks, guys, and have a great night.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Crean, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulond.